Chapter 4081. Grandpa Tang. The Divine Tao competition of the Academy ended just like that. Moreover, it was messed up by the host, Lin Ling, making the people of the final world remember the Snow Wind Academy. I knew that after that guy came back, he would definitely abuse people. We know that he's abusing people, but there's nothing we can do. Who asked him to be a student of the Snow Wind Academy? Moreover, his cultivation time is so short. Most importantly, I'm afraid that his strength is stronger than ours. The various city lords also began to leave and whisper to each other. Previously, Lin Ling's battle with the seventh prince was so fierce that it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. This let them know the height of Lin Ling in the final world. Perhaps only those who have a relationship with the gods are qualified to fight with Lin Ling. And Lin Ling did not pay attention to the people of the other academies. Instead, he smiled and walked towards the Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling, amazing! The two deans were undoubtedly very excited. The dean even gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. I was just lucky. Lin Ling immediately said politely. Looking at his calm appearance, it was completely different from the wild and domineering attitude he had during the battle. Lin Ling. Subsequently, many people from the Snow Wind Academy rushed over. Lin Ling's former teacher, Sai Luan, and the people of his class all surrounded Lin Ling. They were all laughing and recalling the days when Lin Ling was in the first God Hall. At that time, Lin Ling was a special case in the Snow Wind Academy. He often did not come to the academy. Occasionally, he would appear and bring a reign of terror. However, a special case was indeed a special case. Lin Ling was also the fastest martial artist in the history of the Snow Wind Academy to advance to the third God Hall. And while everyone was working hard for the third God Hall, Lin Ling had already become the heavenly voice of God. His strength had even surpassed the various city lords. If such a legendary figure did not appear in front of them, they would definitely think that they were dreaming. Second brother. At this time, Sakura and the others also rushed over. Great leader. Many of them were leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance. Next, Song Chiri and the old woman also walked over. Xiao Yu, Savage Sword, and the others all walked over. Then, the whole city burst into cheers because everyone knew that Lin Ling's heavenly voice of God had made Snow-Blowing City proud. Looking at the city lords and deans, they shook their heads and left helplessly. That night, Lin Ling also celebrated with everyone. Looking at the joyous surroundings, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Thinking back on his life, he could be considered to have walked a colorful path. And now, he had finally reached the world of gods. Thinking about it, reaching the peak of martial arts was not far away. Brother Ling, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Ling in a daze while holding the wineglass, Yu suddenly noticed something and pulled Lin Ling's arm. Nothing. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I know Brother Ling is thinking about the past. Yu was worthy of being Lin Ling's childhood sweetheart. She had guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. Lin Ling suddenly nodded and sighed. Sometimes when I think back, all of this is like a dream. Sometimes I even remember the days when I was in Gu Yen sect. At that time, we were looking forward to the future and were full of curiosity about the outside world. But I didn't expect that the former young man of Gu Yen sect has reached such heights today. Yes, the former young man who chased after his dreams is now a god. Yu smiled and nodded. Moreover, I accompanied the young man to witness all of this. I am very proud and I feel a sense of accomplishment. Thank you. Lin Ling said gratefully. It won't be long before I, Lin Ling, also set foot on the peak of the gods. At that time, my goal will be over. Brother Ling, I believe that you can definitely do it. Yu quietly held Lin Ling's hand and did not speak anymore. But her action also represented everything. She would always accompany Lin Ling until Lin Ling reached the peak of the gods. Lin Ling, Enuer, Xian Yuanga, and the others also came over and quietly accompanied Lin Ling. The vast hall was bustling with noise. However, the people quietly noticed the situation on Lin Ling's side. They all smiled gently and pretended not to see it, because they also knew that Lin Ling had disappeared for 10 years. The last time he came back was just a hurried visit. Now that he was back, Naturally, he wanted to accompany his family. Senior sister, I didn't expect that the rising star in the past has become a god above us today. Song Chiri and the old woman clinked their glasses of wine and sighed with relief. Lin Ling had become a god, and as guardians, they were obviously very proud of him. They had also completed their mission. They could also foresee that in the future, Lin Ling would also be an indispensable existence in Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling, get out here. At this moment, a roar resounded through the entire sky. Then, Snow City started to shake. This shocked everyone. They immediately rushed out and looked at the sky. An old man had appeared in the sky. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at the earth majestically. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in a rage. Lin Ling also led the people out of the hall and looked up at the old man in the sky. Lin Ling did not know this person, but Lin Ling could sense that this person was not weak. Not only was he at the late stage of the martial god realm, but he also had a divine fetus. A divine fetus was an extremely rare existence in the final world. This old man who had come at random had a divine fetus. This old man was definitely not simple. Lin Ling estimated that this old man's strength was not much weaker than that of the top 10 martial gods in Jianghu. Who are you? Although Lin Ling was shocked by the old man's strength, he was not afraid of him. He had a life-saving trump card. If he used it with all his strength, he would still have a chance to kill this old man. The price he would have to pay was to waste 2 life-saving trump cards. Grand Duke Tang. The old man's eyes were red as he looked at Lin Ling and shouted. Rumble. This loud shout caused the earth to split open. Looking up into the sky again, a huge black seal was floating there, exuding an extremely crazy divine might. The super crazy realm. Lin Ling was instantly sure that this person was from the 4 great gods. Among the 4 great gods, the people of the Curishan and Lei Gong did not dare to be so rude. Therefore, Lin Ling was sure that this person was from the other 2 great gods. This is the heaven-flipping seal, my divine fetus. If I seal it, all of your heads will explode. Grand Duke Tang said majestically. He was using his powerful strength to intimidate Lin Ling and make Lin Ling submit. What are you doing here? However, Lin Ling's expression was normal as he spoke indifferently. I'm here for the 7th prince. Grand Duke Tang looked coldly at Lin Ling and stated his purpose. Everyone in the city suddenly understood. Chapter 4082. The God of Treasures had arrived. Then what do you want to do? Lin Ling also came to a realization, but he was still not afraid. He was Lei Gong's man, so he did not believe that Grandfather Tang would dare to touch him. Haha. Hearing this, Grandfather Tang laughed out loud. His laughter was incomparably arrogant, as if he had Lin Ling in his grasp. I know what you're thinking. You think that because you're a trial taker, I don't dare to kill you, right? Then, Grandfather Tang said sarcastically. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Hee hee, you're too naive. Although I don't dare to touch you, I can fight you and then cripple your balls. Grand Duke Tang sneered sinisterly and stated his goal in front of everyone. From the looks of it, he was simply unscrupulous. It was also because he was indeed not afraid of Lin Ling. Although he could not kill him, he could cripple Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the guts to cripple the 7th prince. One had to know that he was the 7th prince's guardian and also a god's man. Not long ago, he saw the 7th prince return covered in blood. At that time, he was scared out of his wits. When he saw that the 7th prince's dragon root had been crippled, his heart ached even more. Therefore, when he found out that the murderer was Lin Ling, he was furious. He wanted to return the favor. Ask the guardian behind you to come out. I'll cripple him too. With that thought in mind, Grandfather Tang said domineeringly. Snow-blowing city was completely silent. Everyone knew that this old man's background was not simple. He was also a follower of a god. They could not help but look at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was very strong, anyone could see that he was no match for the old man. If the old man made a move, then Lin Ling might also be crippled. Ask your friend to come out. I'll cripple him too. Seeing that no one spoke, Grandfather Tang shouted again. His attitude could be said to be incomparably domineering. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was silent. but he had already prepared his trump card. He wanted to see who would cripple who in a head-on clash. "You don't dare to speak? Ask your grandfather to come out. I'll cripple him too." Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Grandfather Tang became even more insufferably arrogant. He seemed to be venting the anger in his heart. "Who's next?" Next, he walked towards the ground. Step by step, the earth. The sky-flipping seal in the sky exuded a terrifying divine power and sealed off the entire snow city. The cyclic sky seal was a great treasure from the era of gods, and it had been refined by him into a talent. Although the price was to give up his original talent, after obtaining a divine treasure like the cyclic sky seal, he was still quite important in the world of gods. He even thought of himself as a god. "My battle with the seventh prince was a fair one. You forced me to fight and even wanted to cripple me. Aren't you afraid of Lei Gong's anger?" Lin Ling could not let the people of Snow City be implicated, so he also walked out. Lei Gong is not so petty. This is a matter between the trial takers. Let the trial takers settle it themselves. Unfortunately, Grandfather Tang was still unscrupulous. The sneer on his face deepened. "I'll let you see my flipping sky seal. Let me tell you, this is a second-grade divine fetus." He grabbed out with his big hand. In the sky, divine power was vast and mighty, suppressing the entire city. Lin Ling also immediately erupted with divine power. He was in the berserk realm. Thunder immediately spread out in the sky as if thunder clouds were descending. Moreover, he also activated the flame of the human monarch and other means. Between his hands, he had 2 trump cards, one offensive and one defensive. However, just as he was about to use his trump card to repel his opponent, in the distance, a fierce roar suddenly came. "I'll do it!" In the distant sky, a meteor shot over quickly. It seemed to split the sky, and the scene of an endless void appeared. This also gave people the illusion that this person had forcibly rushed into the final world from the void. One had to know that the final world had a protective barrier. Other than the border cities, ordinary people could not force their way in. "You'll do it? What are you worth? I'll even cripple you. What I'm most afraid of is that you don't have balls." Grandfather Tang let out a shrill voice. He was even crazier. He wanted to see who would dare to stop him. Moreover, he wanted to cripple that person and let everyone know what the consequences of crippling one's balls were. Obviously, he was also killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Flipping sky seal. Grandfather Tang roared and controlled the flipping sky seal to smash at the person behind him. The huge flipping sky seal, which was filled with boundless divine power, smashed out cleanly. "Lin Ling, do you think anyone can save you? Let me tell you, I'm a god." Then, Grandfather Tang said coldly to Lin Ling without even looking behind him. However, he did not see that the huge flipping sky seal behind him had already been lifted by one hand. The most terrifying thing was that after resisting the flipping sky seal, the person did not slow down and continued to roar. This time, countless people in Snow City opened their mouths wide. This person was too awe-inspiring. Even Lin Ling's pupils constricted because he did not know who it was. He did not even think that someone would come to help him. However, when the person came closer, he realized that it was also an old man. However, Lin Ling was very familiar with this old man, because this was Treasure God Nan Wufingyu. Lin Ling was very surprised by the sudden appearance of Treasure God Nan Wufingyu. However, Treasure God Nan Wufingyu was holding the flipping sky seal and looking at Lin Ling in surprise. His beard was blown up. Then, his eyes suddenly moistened and tears flowed down silently. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment and became confused. Although he had not seen Treasure God Nan Wufingyu for a long time, Treasure God Nan Wufingyu should not cry. "Grandpa!" In the crowd, Xiaoyu also shouted in surprise. However, she could also see that her grandpa seemed to be a little different. This was because her grandpa had always treated Big Brother Lin Ling very seriously, but this time, he actually cried? "Old friend." After Treasure God Nan Wufingyu shed tears, he stared at the lightning around Lin Ling and shouted, "Old friend." Lin Ling was even more shocked. Although he knew treasure god Nanwufengyu, they were not old friends. I've been looking for you for many years. Treasure god Nanwufengyu said again. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally shook his head because he also felt that the old friend that treasure god Nanwufengyu was talking about was not him. However, why was treasure god Nanwufengyu staring at him and crying? That's enough. At this moment, an untimely shriek interrupted treasure god Nanwufengyu. Of course, that person was Grand Duke Tang. He was so angry that his face was trembling. This was because an old man suddenly came and cried in front of him, completely ignoring him. Is this old man's eyesight failing him? Was he treating him like a vase? Damn old man, how dare you ruin my plans? I'm going to break your balls. Chapter 4083. He had no balls. Lin Ling smiled, knowing that Grand Duke Tang was about to suffer. In the past, Nanwufengyu had fought against Wenian martial god and seriously injured him. Lin Ling later found out that this was because Nanwufengyu was already injured. Otherwise, Wenian martial god would have been dead long ago. Now, Grand Duke Tang dared to provoke Nanwufengyu? He was definitely plucking the fur from a tiger's mouth. You said you want to cripple my balls? Nanwufengyu said coldly. That's right, the balls between your legs. Grand Duke Tang was afraid that Nanwufengyu didn't know what balls were, so he pointed at them. It's been a long time since someone tried to hit my balls. Since you want to cripple me, I'll cripple you. Nanwufengyu didn't have time to care who Grand Duke Tang was. He turned and walked toward him, still holding the cyclic sky seal in his hand. If Grand Duke Tang was more attentive, he would have noticed that Nanwufengyu could easily control the cyclic sky seal. This person's strength was not as simple as he imagined. But now, he was so angry that he forgot everything. Not only do I want to hit your balls, I want to do it in front of everyone. Grand Duke Tang shouted angrily. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and turned to leave. He knew that the battle would be one-sided. And that was the truth. Grand Duke Tang was angry. However, Nanwufengyu was even angrier. He had just found his close friend's legacy and met his granddaughter, but someone had interrupted him. He wanted to cripple his balls. I'll cripple you. He held the cyclic sky seal and smashed it at Grand Duke Tang. Grand Duke Tang finally reacted. His eyes widened. His cyclic sky seal had been held by that stupid old man all this time? He immediately shouted, "Return! Return!" However, the cyclic sky seal seemed to have lost contact with him and was no longer under his control. How is this possible? Grandfather Tang let out a loud roar. The cyclic sky seal was his innate talent. Now, his innate talent was being controlled by someone else? As far as he knew, there had never been anyone who possessed such terrifying strength, unless that person was a god. However, he had seen all of the 4 great gods, and he had never seen this old man who was crying like an idiot. Bang! The flipping sky seal came crashing down. From the looks of it, it was even stronger than when Grand Duke Tang controlled it. Grandpa Tang was smashed into the ground as if he had been planted with a carrot. However, the flipping sky seal did not stop smashing down. It continued to smash at Grand Duke Tang's head, causing him to be covered in dirt and constantly vomiting blood. Looking at his entire body, he had been smashed so hard that only his head was left on the ground. He looked at treasure god Nanwufengyu in shock. How could this idiotic old man be so powerful? If you want to cripple my balls, then I'll cripple yours. At this time, Nanwufengyu appeared in front of Grand Duke Tang. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to explode and intimidate Grand Duke Tang once more. Nanwufengyu reached out and grabbed between Grandpa Tang's legs. This time, the people of Snow City laughed. How arrogant was Grandpa Tang before? He had threatened to cripple everyone's balls, but now he was going to be crippled. No! Grand Duke Tang immediately shouted when he saw this. His voice was incomparably anxious. However, he was controlled by treasure god Nanwufengyu's power. An invisible wind sealed his entire body, making him unable to even move a finger. He could only watch as treasure god Nanwufengyu crippled him. But soon, treasure god Nanwufengyu let out a cry of surprise. This was because he had grabbed empty air. Could it be that you don't have balls? Treasure God Nan Wufengyu asked suspiciously. His tone caused Grand Duke Tang's face to turn red. The crowd was naturally in an uproar. Even Lin Ling rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "Could it be that he's a eunuch? But it looks very likely because he's protecting the seventh prince. The seventh prince is the son of heaven. The person protecting the son of heaven is naturally a eunuch." "What's a eunuch?" Yu and the others immediately asked curiously. "It's a person without balls," Lin Ling said with a grin. "In layman's terms, he's not a man." "Wah, so that old man isn't a man. No wonder he said that he would cripple someone's balls. He was jealous." When the crowd heard Lin Ling's words, they could not help but laugh. "Now that the seventh prince doesn't have balls, isn't he also a eunuch?" Someone else spoke. There was no doubt that the laughter of Snow City had reached the horizon. In the distant sky, a pale-faced young man was stunned. The veins on his forehead were bulging. And he was naturally the seventh prince. He hid in the distance because he wanted to see Lin Ling's tragic end. However, an old man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was ridiculously powerful. Not only did he defeat Grand Duke Tang, he even wanted to cripple him. Now he, the seventh prince, had also lost face. It would not be long before people would think that he, the seventh prince, was an androgynous figure like Grand Duke Tang. Androgynous thing. "Bah, you've dirted my hands. Get lost." Nan Wufengyu spat and slapped Grand Duke Tang's white and tender face a dozen times. Then, he swung his hand and threw Grand Duke Tang away. "My cyclic sky seal." Grand Duke Tang rolled on the ground like a gourd. When he stopped, he angrily looked at Nan Wufengyu. Because Nan Wufengyu had taken his cyclic sky seal. "If you don't get lost, then don't blame me for killing you." Nan Wufengyu clearly had no intention of returning the treasure. His eyes began to show killing intent. "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have Ju K behind you." He could also see the origin of this person. Grand Duke Tang suddenly gritted his teeth. However, he knew that if he did not leave, the other party would do something to him, so he could only leave with his tail between his legs. "Eunuch, ta!" Seeing Grand Duke Tang run away in fear, Snow City also burst into laughter. "Lin Ling, this cyclic sky seal is for you." Nan Wufengyu immediately walked towards Lin Ling and said excitedly. "This." Lin Ling immediately felt embarrassed. This was because Nan Wufengyu had helped him drive Grand Duke Tang away. Now that Nan Wufengyu had given him such a precious treasure, he naturally felt bad. "Take it." However, Nan Wufengyu's gaze towards Lin Ling was no longer as dignified as before. Instead, it was more amiable. Lin Ling had no choice but to accept it. Then, he glanced at Yu and the others and finally gave this treasure to Xian Yuange. After all, Yu had the dragon god innate talent, and Yuer had the divine fetus, and Xian Yuange was the weakest. Now that he had the cyclic sky seal, he only needed to refine it and Xian Yuange would become a god in one step. "In a few days I'll refine this treasure for her." Chapter 4084. The netherworld mirror lit up. "Thank you, Grandpa." Xian Yuange said gratefully. "Grandpa." At this time, Xiaoyu rushed out and hugged Nan Wufengyu's leg, her eyes wet. "Xiaoyu." Treasure god Nan Wufengyu also hugged Xiaoyu and gave her a fierce kiss on the cheek before sizing her up. Xiaoyu had matured a lot since then and was no longer a little girl. She could be called a girl now. After all, Nan Wufengyu had left Xiaoyu for quite some time. However, Xiaoyu's body seemed to be very special, so her growth was slower than others. "Let's talk inside." Lin Ling looked around, knowing that there were many people here, so he led Lin Ling to the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, everyone sat down. Lin Ling immediately poured a cup of wine for treasure god Nan Wufengyu, then looked at him with a smile. The people who could appear in the courtyard were all Lin Ling's own people, and treasure god Nan Wufengyu had clearly noticed this. He also knew that Lin Ling wanted to ask him something. Therefore, he did not hide anything and told them about his relationship with the Luai's god. This shocked Lin Ling. No wonder Nan Wufengyu looked at him differently, it was because of his Luai's physique. This Luai's god was just as Lei Gong said, loyal and righteous. He had many friends in the world of gods, and even Nan Wufenyu was one of them. Lin Ling also told him about his background. You went to Lei Gong's place? Not bad at all. I wanted to teach you some theology, but it seems like there's no need. Among the gods, Lei Gong is the best at controlling lightning. Nan Wufenyu immediately felt happy for Lin Ling, then said, Thank you for taking care of Xiaoyu for me all these years. Seeing Xiaoyu grow up safely, I, Nan Wufenyu, owe you a favor. After he finished speaking, he walked out and bowed deeply to Lin Ling. Back then, Lin Ling had promised him that if anyone dared to touch Xiaoyu, they would have to do it over Lin Ling's dead body. And Lin Ling had kept his word. Lin Ling's expression changed after seeing treasure god Nan Wufenyu bow. He quickly helped the old man up. We're a family now, no need to be so calculative. Oh, what a family. I didn't think that after the fall of the gods, I, treasure god Nan Wufenyu, would have so many more relatives besides little you. Good, Lin Ling, I'll recognize you as my relative. Nan Wufenyu laughed after hearing Lin Ling, but his eyes were a bit moist. First, Lin Ling had inherited his old friend's legacy. To him, Lin Ling was his old friend's descendant. 2. For so many years, Nan Wufenyu treasure god didn't have any friends because he knew that gods couldn't have friends. No matter how close they were, they would eventually die of old age and leave him. He didn't like the feeling of being separated by life and death, so he didn't make any friends. However, Lin Ling was qualified because Lin Ling was also a god. From now on, my home will also be your home. Lin Ling emotionally said. I'll be counting on you from now on. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu nodded and smiled. Yu Yu's group was very happy to see their enthusiastic conversation. Everyone began to drink noisily until it was late at night. On the second day, Lin Ling also brought his grandpa and the others over. He was the heavenly voice of the gods, so it wasn't hard for him to bring the extreme flame ancestor and the others to the final world. After the people from Qing province arrived, Lin Ling's courtyard became even livelier. Not only did his grandpa, mother, and all his wives live in his courtyard, but it also had his master, disciples, and all his friends from Qing province. During this time, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere and spent every day with his friends and family. After experiencing the matter between Lei Gong and treasure god Nan Wufenyu, he knew that days like this were extremely rare. Of course, Lin Ling didn't stop cultivating. He also began to refine the divine essence of the god's inheritance treasure. After all, Lin Ling hadn't been eliminated by the gods after entering the god's world because of the god's inheritance treasure. After reaching the second level of the martial god realm, more divine essences appeared, and they were all of the fire attribute. After a period of comprehension and refinement, Lin Ling's human monarch's flame transformed again, giving him an additional trace of the human monarch's aura. The divine ability he created had also reached the second level, the Great Earth Flame. This flame had given birth to 10 strands of divine power. With the power to sweep through the earth, it burned everything. Everything that was burned was assimilated and controlled by Lin Ling. Currently, Lin Ling had 16 strands of divine power. Divine power, this was the power of the gods. It could bring the dead back to life and reverse the universe. The more divine power one had, the stronger one's strength would be. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The god's inheritance treasure was really amazing. It had sped up his cultivation by a lot. Then, as spring passed and autumn came, Lin Ling stayed in snow-blowing city. Grandpa. Lin Ling and his wife also stayed in snow-blowing city. Lin Ling's granddaughter often pestered Lin Ling. The little girl from back then had now become a girl in her teens. She had grown faster than Xiaoyu. Looking at his slim and graceful granddaughter, Lin Ling naturally doted on her. Of course, at the same time, he sighed inwardly. It was as if he had aged a lot. He waited quietly like this. Finally, one day, the netherworld mirror was completely lit up. Lin Ling had been waiting for the netherworld mirror. After seeing the mirror lit up, he couldn't help but smile excitedly. The door to the netherworld realm was open. The people from the rainforest sacred land were coming back. Familiar faces, friends who had grown up with Lin Ling, appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Lord Shuiwu. Immortal came. Great demon king of the east. His former disciple, martial god Jianghu, sword immortal Tsang Tian, dark dragon emperor. The former 7 emperors of the rainforest sacred land. The former second prince of the heaven mystics kingdom, the former Gu Yen sect. Bringing back those old friends was Lin Ling's lifelong wish. Grandpa! Then, Lin Ling strode out of the room and came to the courtyard excitedly. He shouted to everyone. Ling, have we waited? Ancestor Tai Yen and the others were all there. They were very excited. They all knew that the people from the rainforest sacred land were coming back. So, they had been waiting. Today, they had finally waited. They couldn't be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had more friends because Lin Ling had traveled to a wider place. However, they came from the rainforest sacred land. The people there were their friends and their relatives. Chapter 4085. Resurrection. That's great. Uncle Shui Wu is coming back. Dad, thank you. Dad. Lin Yi remembered Lord Shui Wu, who had taught him martial arts when he was young. Then he looked at Lin Ling excitedly. He knew that this was his father's ability. Dad. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. They knew that this was the ability of the Lin family's son. To be able to resurrect the dead, who could do it? Let's go and welcome them. Yes. Lin Ling nodded at them. Then he led them in the direction indicated by the netherworld mirror. They were walking towards the void, and the journey was extremely long. Lin Ling kept looking at the netherworld mirror in his hand. There was netherworld chi rolling in it, indicating the direction. God is really omnipotent. Dad! At the same time, Lin Ling was secretly envious. If it were not for Lord Lei Gong's help, Lin Ling would not have been able to ask the netherworld for help. In fact, he, Lin Ling, had not even been to the netherworld before. While Lin Ling and the others were rushing over, in the distant void, a large number of mysterious people appeared. They began to tear the void and opened an ancient door. Then, a black dragon and a black phoenix roared out. These were the netherworld beasts guarding the netherworld gate. Rumble! The huge bronze door slowly opened, as if opening the road between the netherworld and the human realm. The netherworld was the core of the 10,000 realms of hell. Some powerful martial artists who had committed many evil deeds would not be controlled by their realms after they died. Instead, they would go to the netherworld. That was because the dead martial artists were too powerful. The ghost realm in their realms could not control them, so they could only go to the netherworld. The netherworld was obviously more powerful and could easily control their souls. Where is this? Dad! Then, a soul slowly floated out of the bronze door. But soon, a pitch-black whip lashed out. It came from a mysterious figure riding a large black horse. The figure was completely pitch-black, as if it was formed from darkness. However, one could see that it was wearing majestic black armor. Moreover, when one looked through the armor, one could see that there was nothing inside the armor. It was extremely strange. After being lashed by the whip, the soul from before immediately trembled and no longer dared to speak carelessly. Over there. The mysterious figure on the horse made a sound. Beside the bronze door was a mirror the size of a millstone. In the mirror, all kinds of black clouds were tumbling. When the soul appeared in front of the mirror, a large number of portraits appeared in the mirror. These portraits were like white horses galloping through a crack, as if they were showing the soul's past and present lives. The last life's name was Li Shuiwu, and she came from the Northern Territory's rainforest Holy Land. She died because of a great calamity, and in another 3,500 years, she could be reincarnated. That's right, it's you. You can now leave the netherworld and reconstruct your body. The cold voice sounded again. The mirror instantly blossomed with light, enveloping the soul. It broke the great Tao law of the void, allowing the soul to reconstruct a human body. This mirror was obviously extremely extraordinary because it could break the great Tao law of the void. This explained everything. Moreover, there were 18 such mirrors in the netherworld. Who am I? The soul was enveloped by a strange power, but gradually it began to transform into a human form. At this moment, its eyes were blank. I am Lord Shuiwu. In the end, it seemed as if his memories had awakened and his body shook. Didn't I die? Didn't I do hard labor in the netherworld? Why did I return here? He raised his head in disbelief and looked at the mysterious underworld knight not far away. You are already a human, and I have no authority to control you. As for why you can reconstruct your body, I can only say that a great figure appeared to save you. The pitch-black underworld knight said indifferently, but his tone was no longer as cold as before. Everything was as he said. The soul from before had already transformed into a human, and it was beyond his jurisdiction. At this time, more and more souls floated out of the bronze gate. However, each soul was whipped once, and then they followed the rules and came in front of the mirror. The mirror also reflected their past and present lives. Sword Immortal Tsong Tian? Lord Xuewu stared at the scene reflected by the mirror, and his body shook. Martial God Yungu. Spiritual Master came. Heavens, these are all my acquaintances. Lord Xuewu seemed to be struck by lightning, and then he became extremely excited. Because to be able to see his dead friends, this was like a gift from God to him. The mysterious mirror emitted a dazzling radiance with a myriad of colors. The spirits in front of the mirror quietly condensed into human form. At the beginning, they were just like Lady Xuewu. Their faces were incomparably blank. However, when their memories returned, all of them were shocked. Where am I? Senior sister, why are you here? I am not dreaming, right? Dark Dragon Emperor? Voices rose and fell one after another. Everyone looked at each other and became excited, because not only did they recover the memories of their previous lives, but they also remembered the memories of the underworld. Therefore, when they knew that they were dead, they worked hard in the underworld, waiting for the day of reincarnation. But now they were all resurrected? With their many years of experience in the underworld, this was simply impossible. Lord Xuewu. Someone immediately looked at Lord Xuewu with an excited expression. He was Immortal came, a good friend of Li Xiaoyao in the Rainforest Holy Land, and also Lin Ling's good friend. Immortal came. Looking at him, Lord Xuewu also laughed. Sword Immortal Tsong Tian. Next, he also greeted his acquaintances one by one. I didn't expect that we would all be resurrected. How is this possible? People were still as if they had just woken up from a dream. However, the underworld knight in the distance was still muttering to himself, confirming the identities of these people. In the end, he closed the pitch-black book in his hand. Everyone is here. The remaining people have already reincarnated. Mission complete. Then, he led a large number of mysterious people towards the underworld gate. My lord, why? Lord Xuewu and the others hurriedly looked at the mysterious underworld knight and asked. I am sorry, I am not too sure about this matter. I only know that someone came forward to help you, and to be able to make the underworld god give you a way out, that person's reputation is definitely not small, said the mysterious underworld knight. After saying that, he disappeared into the underworld gate, and the underworld gate closed with a bang, and the surroundings returned to the appearance of the void. However, Lord Xuewu and the others were even more shocked. The underworld god Net gave them a way out? In their hearts, the underworld god was an omnipotent existence, the ruler of death in the entire universe. A legendary figure of this level actually gave them a way out? Chapter 4086. Inner Demon Removed. Look ahead. At this moment, came Spiritual Master shouted. A large number of figures appeared in front of them. When they saw Lord Watermist and the others floating in the void, they immediately sped up. The man in the lead had an excited smile on his face. That silhouette, that robe, that big sword. Even after thousands of years, they still remembered it. Lin Ling. Everyone's hearts exploded, and they all roared at the same time. Their voices caused the void to tremble a little. Could it be? Following that, an unbelievable thought arose in everyone's mind. Could it be that Lin Ling asked the underworld god to let them go? How could this be possible? After all, when the rainforest's sacred land was destroyed, Lin Ling had only just arrived in Qingzhou. Not to mention the gods, even the powerhouses in Qingzhou were enough to make Lin Ling anxious. But now Lin Ling was qualified to make the gods give him face? It must be him. Lady Water Mist suddenly smiled, and her eyes became moist. She had a feeling that it must be Lin Ling. Everyone nodded. They also had the same thought because Lin Ling had always been a legend in the rainforest. The kid from the Ancient Face sect has grown to such a level. The person from the Ancient Face sect said as if he was dreaming. Master. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, Martial God Jianghu, and the others knelt in the air. However, more and more people behind them also knelt. Whether they knew Lin Ling or not, they all looked at Lin Ling with admiration and gratitude. Everyone, you're back. In the distance, Lin Ling had finally arrived in front of everyone. He was naturally very excited. Back then, the rainforest was destroyed because of him, Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling knew that Lord Watermist and the others would not blame him, Lin Ling had always been a sentimental person. Therefore, this had become a demon in his heart. He had once swore that one day he would definitely save all of them. And now, he had finally done it. Grandpa Yen. Yu. When Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others arrived, both sides rushed over and hugged each other. It was as if they were old comrades who had met again. Haha, I didn't expect to see you guys again in this lifetime. If you want me to die now, it will be worth it. What are you talking about? Today is a happy day. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Excited voices spread through the void. Everyone was laughing and crying at the same time. The reason for laughing was that they could see their best friends again. They were very happy. The reason for crying was that all of this was not easy to come by. It was like a dream. Father. Feng. It wasn't just Lin Ling. Some of the families that had been destroyed by the calamity were also reunited. Looking at the happy people, Lin Ling also became more and more excited. He admitted that he had killed many people in his life and was not a good person. However, he had always been protective of his own people. Now that he could see the people around him reunited, not only was he excited, but he also felt a sense of pride. Sometimes, Lin Ling was like a scorpion that hid under a rock. Although it didn't actively provoke others, it had a strong sense of guarding its territory. If anyone dared to invade, the scorpion would attack. Even if it had to go against the whole world, it would not hesitate. If something in its territory was harmed, this ugly scorpion would do its best to help them. And being in the scorpion's territory was also a blessing. After his inner demon was removed, Lin Ling sensed that his soul force was also increasing rapidly. It was increasing at a faster rate than the Bodhi Testimony Divine Art. Lin Ling was stunned. However, he also knew that every person who removed their inner demon would have a great opportunity. Some people could reach the sky in a single step and step into a new world. Some people could break through several levels in a row, as if they had accumulated a great deal of strength. As for Lin Ling, his soul force was increasing. Lin Ling also sat down in the lotus position. A mysterious wind began to emanate from his body. Everyone immediately sensed this mysterious wind, but they all smiled. This was because when this wind blew over, they felt their bodies become incomparably bound. This was especially true for Mistress Watermist and the others. They all felt as if they had been reborn. They had just reconstructed their bodies and their strength had disappeared. However, their bodies were created by the underworld, so they had naturally surpassed many martial artists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive in the void. Now, under the influence of Lin Ling's power, their strength was crazily increasing. God's light. The giant ghost noticed the changes in everyone and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Amazing! This is the universal Grand Tao. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu also spoke in a dignified manner. The Grand Tao was formless. Some people said that the Grand Tao was ethereal and impossible to find in one's lifetime. After all, if one could grasp the Grand Tao of the universe, then they would be able to create a universe and a world. However, others said that the Tao was actually right next to you. Even a wisp of wind or a grain of sand was still a part of the Grand Tao. It was just that ordinary people couldn't touch it. Even gods couldn't touch it. However, at certain times, if one was lucky enough, they would be able to sense the ripples of the Grand Tao. Naturally, the benefits would be endless. At this moment, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu noticed that the grand Tao ripples emanating from Lin Ling's body were changing everyone. It was as if a god was giving a sermon. Sometimes, a very ordinary sentence would carry the truth of the heaven and earth. It could benefit people greatly and even allow them to gain enlightenment. Rumble. Sure enough, when the mysterious power on Lin Ling's body continued to emanate, rumbling sounds were heard in the void. Rolling spiritual qi rushed into people's bodies, allowing many people to break through to the next realm. Of course, this rare opportunity also disappeared very quickly. Gradually, the gentle wind around Lin Ling quietly disappeared. Lin Ling's eyes were still closed, but he could feel that his soul force had reached 35,000 steps, an increase of 7,000 steps. This was the largest increase in soul force that Lin Ling had ever experienced since he started cultivating. The increase in soul force naturally had many benefits. First, after the fusion of talents, all of them were easier to control, such as thunder and fire. Second, the power of the steps of wisdom to seal enemies had greatly increased, reaching 30% of the power of the steps of God. What a pure grand Tao physique! However, at this moment, a chuckle suddenly resounded in the void. Next, ripples appeared in the void like the surface of water. Then, a huge mysterious white ship swam out of the ripples. This ship was extremely sacred. It had a huge sail that swayed in the wind. There were 2 large words on the sail, Spirit Nation. On the white ship, a large number of people stood there smiling. There were young and old, but they all looked very approachable. Grand Tao Physique, TSK, you can only come across it by chance. Chapter 4087. Spirit Nation. Indeed, this is a physique created by the gods and Huanyu. It's the purest and most flawless. Moreover, from the looks of it, these great Tao physiques were born not long ago and have not been polluted by the world. They're very suitable for our spirit nation. Beside the old man, a woman in a white dress nodded and smiled. She looked extremely beautiful, but the way she looked at Lord Watermist and the others was a little different. It was as if she was looking at an object, not a person. Perhaps this is Huan Yu's reward for us. The old man stroked his beard and smiled satisfactorily. And looking at this group of people who suddenly appeared, Yu and the others immediately frowned. Although they did not know the background of this group of people, they did not like the way they spoke. Their tone was too calm, as if they were treating Lord Watermist and the others as objects. Even more shamelessly, Lord Watermist was Huan Yu's reward for them. This was shameless, because everyone knew that Lord Watermist and the others could be resurrected because of Lin Ling. Great Tao physique. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu said calmly. He naturally knew that these great Tao physiques were referring to Lord Watermist and the others. This was because Lord Watermist and the others had bodies created by the god of the underworld. In order to create their bodies, they had to go against Huan Yu's great Tao and resurrect the dead. Therefore, these physiques were perfect, like newborn babies. Spirit Nation? Treasure God Nan Wufenyu then stared at the white ship and narrowed his eyes. What's their background? At this moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. A mysterious nation from the other side of the void. They appeared in Jianghu 97,000 years ago. At that time, they took away countless people and then disappeared without a trace. However, because of this incident, Spirit Nation is also known as one of the Jianghu 10 evils. After all, hundreds of billions of people were taken away back then. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu explained, then snorted coldly, but in my opinion, this so-called Spirit Nation is just a nation that pretends to be mysterious. What's the point of pretending to be holy? Jianghu 10 evils. Lin Ling's eyes also focused. As he continued to grow stronger, he had come into contact with 9 of the current 9 states' 10 evils. They were the Creation Alliance, the Immortal Temple, the Tomb Guardian Clan, the Land of Eternal Slumber of Heroic Spirits, the Ancient Demon Clan, the Great Devil Sect, the Tin Ghost Clan, and the Serpent Clan. Each and every one of these ancient ferocious forces was an incomparably terrifying existence. However, the current Lin Ling was no longer the same as he was back then, and he dared to clash against the various vicious forces. However, This was the first time Lin Ling had seen the last great spirit nation. Of course, although Lin Ling was not afraid of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, he knew that these evils that had survived for thousands of years did indeed have a strong foundation. "Why don't you come with us?" At this moment, the woman on the white boat said faintly. Their gazes were naturally directed at Lady Shui Wu and the others. Of course, the result was that Lady Shui Wu and the others shook their heads, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Seeing that Lady Shui Wu and the others had rejected her, the woman was not angry. She continued to smile and said, "The only way out is to join the spirit nation. A great calamity is coming, and the Supreme God is going to destroy the world. Everyone will not be able to escape death. However, you have the opportunity to be chosen by the spirit nation, so you can escape this calamity." Her voice was very pleasant to listen to and was very approachable. If it were someone else here, they would probably be tempted. Unfortunately, Lady Shui Wu and the others had just been resurrected, and they had deep feelings for each other, so they did not plan to follow the spirit nation. Bullshit. At this moment, Lin Ling could not help but shout. Because in his opinion, the spirit nation was like the world's will, constantly tempting others to join it. Sigh, mortals are all ignorant. The woman suddenly looked at Lin Ling, then sighed. Her words were filled with pity, as if she sympathized with Lin Ling's ignorance. A stream of light suddenly shot out, and in mid-air, a terrifying power erupted, causing the void to distort and spin. If one looked carefully, the woman in white had already attacked Lin Ling as she spoke, and her eyes were filled with sympathy. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. Full power, talent fusion. Thunderlock physique, super berserk realm, sea urchin lightning raged ahead. Lin Ling's palms were filled with the light of Bodhi. Rumble. The 2 meteors collided in midair, causing cracks to appear in space. But it didn't take long for a figure to be blasted away. It was that woman. Moreover, she slammed hard against the white boat, and then blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were also looking at Lin Ling in shock. Because previously she had roughly glanced around and saw that most of the people were ants. She never expected that there would be someone so strong among these ants. After all, Ancestor Tai Yen and the others had arrived. In addition, Lord Shui Wu and the others had been resurrected. Hence, there were many people, and she did not have the time to check them one by one. I think, with your strength, you don't have the time to sympathize with others. Lin Ling said indifferently as he floated in the void. His words caused the woman's eyes to narrow. Previously, she had used her identity as the spiritual nation's empress to deliver people from torment. Lin Ling was the only one who had opposed her, which made her feel pity for Lin Ling's ignorance. However, now, she could not even block one of Lin Ling's attacks. It was somewhat ironic to say that she sympathized with him. Ignorant. The woman immediately snorted coldly, and then a fierce realm essence burst out from her body. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the martial god realm. Moreover, her talent was extremely strange. It was like a ball of sacred light. She instantly disappeared on the spot, and it seemed like she was going to attack Lin Ling again. His speed instantly reached the speed of 6,000 realms. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of such speed. After his talent fusion, his speed had also reached 6,000 world speed. Bang! The void was crushed by Lin Ling's stomp, and he disappeared on the spot. In the next moment he caught up with the woman. At the same time, white flames roared out from his fist. Flame of the human king. Rumble. He threw out a punch, and the void was set ablaze. White flames incinerated the entire era. The woman obviously did not expect Lin Ling to have such speed, so she was hit in the chest by Lin Ling's punch. She spat out blood and was sent flying again. Boom! She smashed into the white boat. Looking at her chest, there was a patch of white there. Her clothes had been assimilated, and a pair of white breasts jumped out. The white flames were still burning, assimilating her. This scene stunned Lord Shui Wu and the others. Then they burst out laughing. They had seen the majestic white boat and thought that some deity had arrived. However, it turned out that the pure woman's clothes had been torn apart by Lin Ling. Ignorant. Then, they laughed louder and louder, returning the woman's pitiful attitude to him. The woman's eyes finally turned cold. With a wave of her right hand, a mysterious light appeared and extinguished the flame of the human king. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Your speed is very fast. Chapter 4088. Resurrection from the Dead. No matter how much Mistress Mist and the others mocked her, she felt that they were just a bunch of ignorant people trying to entertain themselves. However, her killing intent had landed on Lin Ling. She no longer had the pity from before. It's not that I'm fast, it's just that you're too slow. Lin Ling looked at her coldly. Without saying anything else, he activated the steps of wisdom. Currently, his soul power had greatly increased, so he wanted to test the power of this new steps of wisdom. In the void, a surge of power exploded, forming an invisible spiral of soul waves that enveloped the woman. Behind the woman, the faces of the people on the white ship changed greatly. This was because they also felt that a portion of their power had been sealed. Even they felt the same way. The woman even sensed that 50% of her power had been sealed. But only 50%? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were like torches as he stared at the woman. He continued to increase his soul power, causing the spiral of soul waves to become even more terrifying. Because Lin Ling's soul power had already reached level 30,000, he also wanted to know how powerful the steps of wisdom would be when he used all his power. Steps of God. On the white ship, the white-robed old man finally spoke solemnly. As for the woman, her eyes flashed with panic. She finally realized that the young man in front of her was not an ordinary person. Who are you? To have the power to threaten her life. The other party's background was definitely not simple. This was because the woman in white also felt that from 50% of her power at the beginning, 60%, 70%, 80%, and finally 90%. A pitiful person by you. Lin Ling let out a low roar. After using all of his soul power, he immediately disappeared from where he stood. How dare you? The woman felt Lin Ling's actions and shouted majestically. Because this unknown man actually dared to kill her? Rumble. Just as her voice fell, two huge swords broke through the air. These two swords, one of them was a demon with surging killing intent, the other was an immortal, elegant and formless. It was the tyrannical song sword and the true inheritance dark sword. At this moment, the swords contained all of Lin Ling's divine power. They crisscrossed and slashed with divine might. How dare you? The old man on the white ship let out a furious roar. He leaped out of the white ship as though the heavens were enraged. His body also expanded in midair, and a white light soared into the sky from his body. Then, a palm that seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path slammed down on Lin Ling. Obviously, he had finally sensed Lin Ling's killing intent. Boom. However, before the huge palm could slam down, a skinny old man suddenly appeared under the palm. He raised his head and punched out. Boom. Boom. That punch seemed ordinary, but when it hit the void, it actually caused the giant white palm to crumble. What? At this moment, the white-robed old man was shocked. What day is it today? Why are all the people I met so strong? Is that all you've got? The skinny old man spoke with disdain because he was treasure god Nanwufengyu. His words undoubtedly caused the white-clothed old man to fly into a rage out of humiliation. With treasure god Nanwufengyu's obstruction, Lin Ling's two swords finally reached the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman trembled and turned to look at Lin Ling in disbelief. You're going to kill me? Behind the white-clothed woman, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his swords and said coldly, You wanted to kill me, so I can't let you go. Kill. Who are you? The white-clothed woman gritted her teeth. Divine voice of heaven, Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked up at her and said indifferently, You're Lin Ling? However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the white-clothed woman recognized him. Ah, very good. I was wondering who could be so powerful, but it's you, Lin Ling. But Lin Ling, don't be too proud. The Spirit Nation is the supreme divine nation. I won't die. It won't be long before we meet again. Let me tell you, the Genesis Alliance is in trouble. Boom. With that, the white-clothed woman's head fell off, but she still had a sinister sneer on her face. Then her body exploded. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as well. Go! The white-clothed old man was still floating on the white boat, and he roared at the people behind him. The boat raised its sails and swam into the void ripples. You want to leave? Treasure God Nanwufengyu's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the white-clothed old man and punched out. Wind and rain roared and swept toward the white-clothed old man. Looking at your strength, could it be that you're one of the four gods? The white-clothed old man's eyes narrowed, because he knew that he couldn't block a single move from his opponent. His opponent was too strong, 100 times stronger than him. For gods, your good days are coming to an end. However, to Treasure God Nanwufenyu's shock, the white-clothed old man showed no fear in the face of a god. Instead, he laughed boldly. Rumble! The wind and rain wreaked havoc on the white-clothed old man, destroying his flesh and clothes piece by piece. However, the white-clothed old man opened his arms as if he was enjoying it very much. Kill, it won't be long before I resurrect and we'll meet again. Also, I forgot to tell you that in our spirit kingdom, as long as someone is killed by an enemy, it's a contribution to the kingdom. Therefore, when I resurrect, I'll be even stronger than now. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed old man completely disintegrated into the wind. The void became inexplicably silent. Everyone's expression turned solemn because these mysterious people could actually resurrect. This method was too heaven-defying. Even Lin Ling frowned. He was no longer a newbie who didn't know anything, so he naturally knew that the dead couldn't be resurrected. Generally, those who could come back from the dead were mostly clones or those who used the immortal fruit. However, these weren't deaths. For example, Lord Watermist and the others needed the permission of the underworld god to resurrect from the dead. However, Lin Ling had indeed sensed the death of the group of people from before. Ling, could they be lying to us? Ancestor Din walked over and asked worriedly. Lin Ling immediately shook his head because this was the first time he'd seen such a strange method. This spirit kingdom is very mysterious, but their method is a bit familiar, so I reckon that they can indeed resurrect. At this moment, the giant ghost beside Lin Ling said. Lin Ling's expression turned even more solemn. He's right. Although I don't know how they resurrected, I've heard that those who live in divine kingdoms can't die. Chapter 4089. Translator, Naibo Studio. Find the Creation Alliance. The other side of the void? What is this place? Lin Ling asked immediately. The boundary of the void. Treasure God Nanwufenyu explained, very, very far away. Even gods would have a hard time reaching that place. As for martial artists, they would never be able to reach the border even if they flew for their entire lives. What is the purpose of this Lingua Mountain and Changshui coming all the way here? Lin Ling frowned even more. He felt that he had to inform Lord Lei Gong about this matter. However, Lin Ling was still very worried about the Creation Alliance. This was because the woman in white knew that he was Lin Ling and had mentioned the Creation Alliance. Most likely, something had happened to the Creation Alliance. Let's go back first. After such a thing happened, Lin Ling didn't have time to catch up with everyone. He immediately led everyone to the final world. Along the way, Lin Ling bid farewell to everyone and asked Nanwufenyu to take care of everyone. He then opened the divinity ladder and left to meet Lord Lei Gong. In Lei Gong's main hall, Lei Gong already knew that Lin Ling was coming, so he had been waiting there for a long time. Beside him was Saint Yi and Big Sister Jin. Lin Ling, what happened? After seeing Lin Ling enter, Lei Gong immediately asked. He knew that something that could make Lin Ling return so anxiously was definitely not a small matter. Lin Ling immediately bowed to Lei Gong and told him what he had seen. Spirit Kingdom? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lei Gong's eyes immediately narrowed. It's just one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. What's so great about it? Lin Ling, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? As a trial taker, such a small matter shouldn't alarm you. Big Sister Jin suddenly laughed after hearing this. Resurrecting from the dead and increasing their strength again after resurrection, such a method is too heaven-defying. I'm afraid that the spirit kingdom is not simple. Big Sister Zhen, Lin Ling reporting this to Lord Lei Gong is the right thing to do. However, Saint Yi shook his head. Big Sister Zhen secretly gritted her teeth and fell silent. Such a method is indeed sharp. Lei Gong's Big Sister Zhen sect evils His Majesty. He then smiled and looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, this spirit kingdom is indeed not simple. I believe Lin Ling big, but back then, the divine nation. Divine kingdom. Divine kingdom is divine is. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart froze. Then, he pondered and said, Lord Thunder God, I reported the matter of the spirit kingdom because I have another guess. What wrong guess? Lord Lei Gong asked curiously. My guess is that behind the spirit kingdom is the world's will. Lin Ling said word by word. Lei Gong's eyes narrowed. His gaze was like a torch. Lord Lei Gong, this is only my guess. I hope I'm wrong. After all, with the spirit kingdom's methods, it wouldn't be difficult for them to create chaos in the 9 states. But if they are the world's will, this matter will be very troublesome. Lin Ling said again after seeing Lei Gong fall silent. Alright, I'll get someone to investigate this thoroughly. Lin Ling, you've reported this important news and completed a mission. What reward do you want? Lei Gong's face turned more serious as he looked at Lin Ling. This counts as completing a mission? On the side, Sister Zhen immediately became jealous, because in her opinion, this was simply something that was made out of nothing. However, she was only jealous in her heart. Naturally, she did not dare to say it out loud. I want to know the whereabouts of the Creation Alliance. Lin Ling said without any hesitation. The leader of the Creation Alliance was Senior Lu Chen, the 9 Lanterns fish. Lin Ling was indebted to this person many times. Now that he was in trouble, Lin Ling would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Alright, I'll do my best to investigate for you. I'll give you the news one day later. Lei Gong nodded. He did not expect Lin Ling to waste such a huge reward. Thank you, Lei Gong. Lin Ling bowed and left. But he was still very worried. The next day, Lei Gong also passed the news to Lin Ling, telling him the whereabouts of the Creation Alliance. Last night, Lei Gong also talked to the other gods. In the end, they all agreed that Lin Ling's guess was very likely. Therefore, they also needed scouts to find out more information. Lin Ling, you happen to be looking for the Creation Alliance. So, I'll let you investigate the roots of the Spirit Kingdom. Remember, safety first. Lei Gong also let Lin Ling accept this trial mission. Yes, Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling nodded and then left without stopping. He also had an astrolabe in his hand, which also recorded the whereabouts of the Creation Alliance. This was because the Spirit Kingdom was mysterious. Even the gods did not know their whereabouts. However, if it was the Creation Alliance, the gods could find their whereabouts. Therefore, finding the Creation Alliance was equivalent to finding the Spirit Kingdom. After leaving Lei Gong's hall, Lin Ling walked down the sea god stairs. This time, he appeared in Snow City as he wished. Then, Lin Ling did not stay for long. After stating his purpose, he immediately left. Regarding this, everyone was very worried. Nanhua Fengyu suggested to follow Lin Ling, but Lin Ling stopped him. At present, although Lei Gong had ordered people to protect Snow City, Lin Ling was still worried about the appearance of the Spirit Kingdom. Therefore, if Nanhua Fengyu stayed in Snow City, Lin Ling would have no worries. Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to go alone, Nanhua Fengyu could only nod helplessly. However, he also warned, Lin Ling, you must be careful. There are many people who want to harm you, and their origins are not simple. Yes. During this period of contact, he also knew that Lin Ling's enemies were very powerful. Luli Empress, the 7th Prince, and now there was the mysterious Spirit Kingdom. These people all had the strength and influence to kill Lin Ling. Don't worry, it won't be easy to kill me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said confidently. He currently had 2 life-saving trump cards. Even if he was not a match for them, it should not be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Therefore, he only took the giant ghost with him and then went on alone. Even the platinum evil ghost was left behind. With Lin Ling's current realm, the platinum evil ghost as a bodyguard could not protect him much. After leaving the final world, Lin Ling quickly appeared in the void. After checking the astrolabe in his hand, he moved in the direction indicated by the astrolabe. His speed was not slow at all. This was because he knew that the Nine Lanterns Fish Senior Lu Chen would be in more danger if he was late. Moreover, Lin Ling did not notify the Godslayer Alliance. He was afraid of alerting the enemy. Chapter 4090. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. A mysterious interface. The Spirit Nation suddenly attacked the Creation Alliance, but their goal shouldn't be me. That white-robed woman recognized me, so she must have investigated the Creation Alliance beforehand and knew that Senior Lu Chen had a close relationship with me. So, what is their goal? As he flew, Lin Ling was also thinking. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Could it be that the Spirit Nation's goal was to unify the 9 prefectures' 10 evils? As soon as this thought arose, Lin Ling felt a chill in his heart. Each of the 10 vicious of the 9 provinces was an extremely terrifying existence. Take the land of eternal slumber, for example. Although more than half of them were annihilated, the strongest leader was still alive. In a short period of time, the land of eternal slumber could rise from the ashes. If the Spirit Kingdom were to unify the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, the 9 prefectures would be plunged into a bloodbath. At that time, the will of the world would appear out of nowhere. As for the world will, Lin Ling didn't have the time to care whether it was a man or a woman, nor did he have any ambitions. However, he knew that the world will's goal was to destroy the world. Not only did they want to kill Lin Ling's wife and relatives, but they also wanted to kill Lin Ling himself. Just based on this point alone, Lin Ling could not possibly let the world will do whatever it wanted. After a long time, the astrolabe finally stopped in the direction it was pointing at. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw that there was an interface there. The interface looked a little broken and ordinary. There were quite a few martial artists here. Soon after, Lin Ling realized that many martial artists from the final world had appeared in this seemingly ordinary world. It seemed like that plane wasn't simple at all. Lin Ling changed his blue robe and put on a black mask and a black robe. He floated towards the realm. Moreover, his soul power also spread out to investigate everything. The entire interface was a little strange. Although there were many more powerhouses from the final world, Lin Ling sensed a faintly discernible power among them. This power was different from what Lin Ling had seen in the past, but it gave Lin Ling a familiar feeling. Be careful, that's the steps of God. At this moment, the giant ghost beside him reminded. At this moment, the giant ghost was still the size of a fist, but it was shrouded in black qi and looked different from before. Obviously, it also knew that Lin Ling had many enemies. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it also hid its identity. After all, it was not impossible for others to recognize Lin Ling through it. The steps of God. Lin Ling was shocked. Up until now, this was the first time he had seen someone with the steps of God. A moment later, Lin Ling landed on the ground and looked into the distance. This realm looked very desolate, and there weren't many native martial artists. It looked like a dead zone. There are a lot of people over there. Then, Lin Ling looked to the east and led the giant ghost forward. Along the way, he quietly sensed some martial artists from the final world and roughly understood why they had come. These martial artists from the final world had come for a divine treasure. Although Lin Ling knew from the mouths of those martialists that no one dared to confirm this news, Lin Ling knew that just the 2 words, divine treasures, were enough for some people to take the risk and come here. Divine treasure? Could it be that the Spirit Nation used the divine treasure to deceive these people? But according to the rules, the Spirit Nation shouldn't have dared to make such a big fuss. Aren't they afraid of being targeted by the gods? Lin Ling's doubts grew. Then he used the Chaos Ear to investigate again. Not many people know the secret of this divine treasure. We are the first batch to come here, so we will definitely have a good harvest. I also found out the secret through various dark channels. If I came a little later, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. The person who sold the information said that we would know the location of the divine treasure after finding the spiritual light city. The martial artists from the final world were flying quickly in the sky, whispering to each other. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Spiritual Light City? This world is too desolate. It won't be easy to find the Spiritual Light City. Lin Ling looked into the distance again. These people seemed to be looking for the Spiritual Light City too. Beside him, the giant ghost also spoke. The two of them flew across the sky. However, at this moment, on the ground, among a pile of rocks, a stream of light shot out. This stream of light was white and its speed was incomparably fast. Rumble! As it shot towards Lin Ling, the surrounding space continued to collapse. This sneak attack was obviously incomparably sharp. However, Lin Ling had already fought thousands of battles since he started learning martial arts. Especially after coming to this mysterious world, he had already awakened 120% of his attention. Therefore, the tyrannical song sword instantly appeared in his hand and he slashed. Swish! The stream of light collided with the tyrannical song sword and was immediately split apart like a stream of water. Not good. Among the rocks on the ground, a ball of light exclaimed. Then, it followed the ground and quickly shot into the distance. Trying to escape. In the sky, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His speed of 5,000 worlds erupted and he chased after it in the sky. Behind Lin Ling, countless evil ghost jellyfish also rushed out and crazily harassed the person who was trying to escape. Great Earth Flame. Next, a small flame tornado appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he gently threw it towards the ground. Boom! The ground instantly shook. The golden flame burned everything and turned the surroundings into a furnace. However, the temperature was not hot. It was very strange. Then, the ground cracked open and a man in white walked out. His entire body was burning with flames as he gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why are you so strong? The man said as he walked. He was assimilated by the human king's flame and could not resist at all. However, to completely assimilate him, it would obviously take a certain amount of time. This also made Lin Ling secretly shocked. He sensed that there was a mysterious force in this man's body that was resisting his human king's flame. Of course, this resistance would not last for long. You're from the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling stared at the man's clothes and said indifferently, You actually know about the Spirit Nation? The man was very surprised because their Spirit Nation was very secretive. Not many people in the Universal Void knew about it. Hee, did you come here because of my reputation? However, from what I see, you still don't have the qualifications to enter the Spirit Nation. Of course, if you beg me, there might be hope. Then the man smiled faintly. You thought of the Spirit Nation too well. Lin Ling's heart suddenly moved as he activated the human king's flame to speed up the assimilation. The man was originally smiling faintly but gradually felt that something was wrong because the person in front of him seemed to be very familiar with the Spirit Nation and had evil intentions. Want to kill me? Dream on. Then, the man sneered and used some unknown method. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his soul dissipated. He would rather commit suicide than be assimilated by Lin Ling's power. From this, it could be seen that his willpower was extremely firm. Moreover, looking at his resentful gaze before he died, Lin Ling knew that this man could probably be resurrected. However, the man was not killed by Lin Ling. Even if he was resurrected, he would not be able to increase his strength. Instead, his strength might be weakened. This Spirit Nation is really difficult to deal with. Chapter 4091. Spiritual Light City. However, we can confirm that there is indeed a spiritual nation in this realm. The giant ghost said with certainty. The Creation Alliance must be here. Let's go. We must find them. Lin Ling nodded and continued to move forward. As they moved forward, a small town appeared in front of them. The town did not look big, but there were many people. Most of these martial artists came from Jianghu. Some were at the martial ancestor realm. Some were at the half-step martial god realm. Some were at the martial god realm. The difference in their overall strength was huge. However, Lin Ling could guess that they were here for the divine treasure. Lin Ling immediately landed on the ground and slowly entered the town. In the town, there were many people who were hiding their identities like Lin Ling, causing the atmosphere to be somewhat chaotic. Your Excellency, do you know where Spiritual Light City is? Someone leaped behind Lin Ling and suddenly stopped and asked Lin Ling calmly. Am I not looking for it too? Lin Ling, who was wearing a black robe and a black mask, said in a low voice. Is that so? However, I have a feeling that you seem to know more than us. Therefore, you'd better tell us what you know. When the person saw Lin Ling's indifference, he was somewhat unhappy. In addition, he had searched the entire realm but could not find Spiritual Light City. Therefore, he wanted to capture Lin Ling to vent his anger. I do know more than you. However, I feel that if you attack, there will be one more corpse outside the town. Sensing the other party's anger, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. He looked calmly at the man and the other party did the same. However, soon, cold sweat appeared on the man's forehead. He did not know why, but he felt that the mysterious black-robed man was very powerful. He was afraid that he could kill him with a single thought. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I was too impulsive. I'm sorry. The cold sweat on his forehead increased and his back was drenched in sweat. The man quickly bowed and saluted. Get lost. Lin Ling did not want to attract too much attention. Therefore, after saying this, he strode forward. With his current strength, he deserved to be called a senior in the 9 prefectures. After entering the small town, Lin Ling immediately discovered that although there were many people in the small town, it was also extremely lively. Some of the restaurants and inns were overcrowded. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Lin Ling also hurriedly found a restaurant and waited quietly. While Lin Ling was quietly waiting, a large number of people slowly walked past on the main street. Their arrogant auras caused the passers-by to make way for them. The leader of the group was a woman. Her appearance was also quite good. At this moment, she was looking around with displeasure. Is there really a divine treasure in this rural area? Princess Tian, it said that the news was spread by the Taoist of many treasures, so it's most likely true. After all, the Taoist of many treasures is a divine weapon merchant. A young man with an extraordinary bearing by the woman's side smiled faintly. He had long hair and wore a brown robe. A sword was embroidered on the chest of the robe with golden threads. Moreover, it seemed like the robe was of excellent craftsmanship, and it was probably a good treasure. How do you know that the news was spread by the Taoist of many treasures? As far as I know, the Taoist of many treasures is a greedy person. Without money, he wouldn't casually announce the news. The woman frowned and declined to comment. Looking at her attitude, she was very cold and arrogant, as if she was superior to others. On the top floor of the restaurant, Lin Ling looked at the main street through the window, and his eyes instantly flashed. Princess Tin. He didn't expect to meet the woman who inherited Miao Xin's true teachings here. However, Lin Ling clearly didn't have time to pay attention to Princess Tian. Instead, he was pondering whether the news was true or false. Because the news was actually spread by the Taoist of many treasures? The Taoist of many treasures? Beside him, the giant ghost's eyes flashed. It and Lin Ling looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This was because although the Taoist of many treasures was a divine weapon merchant, Lin Ling knew even more clearly that this person seemed to be related to the will of the world. When he had traded with the Taoist of many treasures, Lin Ling had also noticed the will of the world on his body. Don't worry, no matter whether it's true or not, I will protect you. At this time, on the main street beside the restaurant, the young man smiled again and spoke with a strong sense of confidence. Then, on behalf of Miao Xin's true teachings, I thank the Jin family. Hearing this, Princess Tian nodded slightly. With this young man's protection, Princess Tian didn't have to worry about her safety. This was because she knew that this young man came from the top academy among the 36 academies, the Heavenly Sword Academy. He was an expert who was ranked 123 on the Stairway to Heaven on the Divine List. It could be said that with this young man around, many seniors at the martial god stage in the final world would be no match for him. The Jin family? Could it be the Jin family of the Imperial Sword? Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded on the main street. Then, 2 old men quietly walked over from the side of the road and blocked the path of Princess Tian and the others. You know the Jin family. Seeing that the intentions of the newcomers were unclear, the young man also walked forward and spoke with narrowed eyes. Around his body, divine energy shot out like needles and landed on the ground, causing thousands of holes to appear on the ground. I do. Your Jin clan's duke once injured one of my subordinates. The two old men wore large cloaks and had hunched backs as they spoke with a sneer. It was obvious that they had grudges with the Jin family. No wonder they immediately walked out when they heard the two words, Jin family. Although the Jin family wasn't a big family in the final world, it was still an existence that couldn't be underestimated. You're looking for the spiritual light city? If I'm in a good mood, I might lead the way for you. Then, one of the old men took off his cloak and revealed a skinny face. However, this face was very disgusting and was full of scars. Moreover, if one looked carefully, those scars were sewn together with thread. As the old man spoke, the wounds split open, but no blood flowed out. Instead, one could see flesh and blood. Spiritual Light City? The surrounding martial artists instantly looked over. However, when they saw that hideous face, they all frowned. That little girl looks pretty good. If you accompany me for a night, I'll definitely take you to the spiritual light city. The other old man also took off his cloak. He only had one eye, and the other eye was protruding out. It was extremely disgusting. Both of them had the same characteristic, which was that there were wounds on their faces that were sewn together with thread. Lin Ling also poked his head out of the window of the restaurant and stared at the street. Suddenly, he felt that the characteristics of the two old men were very familiar. Great Devil Sect. Then Lin Ling reacted. The Great Devil Sect's characteristic was to piece together demonic beasts. They cut off each part of the demonic beast and put it together to control it. That year in the Yen province, Lin Ling was chased by a great devil elder. After that, it was an Yuer who saved him. The Great Devil Sect had 5 great devil elders. One of the great devil elders had died. He was killed by Young Monster and Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling had a feeling that the two old men on the street were probably the great demon elders because they were not weak at all. Chapter 4092. The 100 Swords Sect fought against the demon beast. You're missing an eye. Could it be that it was dug out by someone? You deserve it, but it's too easy for you to have an eye dug out. In my opinion, your mouth is so smelly, you should cut off your tongue. At this moment on the street, Princess Tian also said coldly. Because these two dirty old men actually dared to humiliate her? The young man beside her also said coldly, the two of you, each of you break an arm. For Princess Tian's face, I'll spare your lives. You really don't know life from death. The two old men narrowed their eyes, obviously angry. One of them said coldly, you don't know our identity, otherwise, would you dare to speak like this? Let me tell you, we are the demon elders of the 9 prefectures' 10 ferocious devil sect. I saw that your aptitude was not bad, so I gave you the opportunity to be my materials. Otherwise, I would have already destroyed you. Great Devil Sect? As soon as these words fell, the street instantly became silent. The people present naturally knew about the 9 prefectures' 10 ferocious devil sect. What surprised them the most was that the two who appeared here were actually 2 demon elders. Many people knew that the Great Devil Sect had 5 demon elders, only second to the Great Devil God. Great Devil Sect. Princess Tian and the young man also narrowed their eyes. They did not expect the other party to have such a big background. Do you know fear? Seeing that the two of them were silent, the 2 demon elders spoke again. Fear? What a joke. I only wanted to break one of your arms, but now, I want to break both of your arms and kill you. The young man's realm essence fluctuated and turned into the shape of a sword, soaring into the sky. No wonder you stopped us from the beginning, so it's an old enemy. Next, the young man's right hand turned into a sword and pointed forward. Ferocious divine power gushed out, turning into white swords that were controlled by him and shot forward in all directions. 100 Sword Sect. Rumble. Heaven and earth immediately shook, and this world seemed to be about to shatter. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That young man was so strong. Sword Sect? Could it be an expert from the Sky Sword Academy? Someone even cried out in surprise. Heavenly Sword Academy was the #1 academy among the 36 academies. There was no need to doubt the strength of the students who graduated from this academy. The greatest characteristic of this academy was that they were incomparably powerful when it came to swords. Even Lin Ling took a second glance. It was undeniable that in terms of sword control, that young man was slightly stronger than him, Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's true inheritance, the dark sword, was also a flying sword, it was clearly not as proficient as that youth. However, Lin Ling also guessed that sword manipulation should be that youth's trump card. Acquired divine fetus? Looks like your father has spent a lot of treasures on you. Seeing this, one of the demonic elders also released a terrifying amount of demonic chi. The demonic chi turned into a giant bat and covered his back. Come out. The gigantic bat was as large as a mountain and incomparably black. However, a large number of black objects swam out from the bat. Upon closer inspection, they were actually small bats. These bats came in all shapes and sizes. Some of them had dragon horns, while others had tiger mouths. It was as if they were pieced together. Sush, sush. Unorthodox. The youth snorted and controlled countless white swords to shoot at the bats. Watch me cut them into pieces. Sush, 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 sush. The sharp white swords shot out, making the youth look extremely dashing and elegant like an immortal. However, those swords were indeed powerful. They were mixed with the power of divinity and the power of talent. Wherever they passed, a large number of bats were pierced and fell from the sky. The power of divinity has probably reached as many as 9 strands. In the restaurant, Lin Ling nodded secretly. The youth's strength was not bad. As expected of an expert from Heavenly Sword Academy. He has 9 strands of divinity at such a young age. The demonic elder's eyes narrowed. His cultivation level was similar to that of the youth, but his talent was slightly weaker. However, the number of demonic beasts he had pieced together was greater, so he had a certain advantage. However, the youth had too much divinity. Come out. Of course, the demonic elder beside him did not think that he could stop the youth alone. Sush, 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 sush. After many poisonous insects crawled out, they immediately flew up. Some of them turned into poisonous mosquitoes and some turned into poisonous bees. However, these flying creatures all had the same characteristic, which was the phoenix feather. Their wings were pieced together by the phoenix feather. What a big deal! They actually used the phoenix from the era of gods as a material to piece together demonic beasts. Everyone was shocked, as expected of the great devil sect. In the field of piecing together demonic beasts, no one could compete with them. Dirty insects. Disgusting. Come out. Seeing this, Princess Tin also shouted. She opened her jade-like hands and a small exquisite pagoda appeared. Then she gently threw it out. Damn old man, in order to piece together these demonic beasts, the two of you must have prepared for tens of thousands of years. Today I will destroy them all. Princess Tian's heart was also very vicious. She destroyed the efforts of others. Bitch. I didn't expect you to be so cheap at such a young age. The 2 demon elders were immediately infuriated. Sush. As for the small exquisite pagoda, after it floated out, it immediately emitted a colorful light. Then the power of wind, thunder, snow, and fire gushed out and swept away everything in its path. As soon as the power came out, the poisonous insects and bats in the sky and on the ground were immediately destroyed. Seeing this, the 2 demon elders gritted their teeth and urged all their savings to fight against the small exquisite pagoda in the sky. What a terrifying treasure! The small pagoda seems to be emitting the power of God. A treasure that can release the power of God is definitely an innate divine weapon. Moreover, its level is not low. He is a true disciple of Miao Shen. How can he not have a treasure on him? So, this is a very normal thing. The onlookers had their eyes widened. At this moment, Lin Ling also appeared on the street from the restaurant because the restaurant he was in before had been destroyed by the battle. He stared at the small exquisite pagoda in the sky and was shocked. He estimated that it was a 7th grade innate divine weapon. Hee, Princess Tin, let me deal with this trash. There is no need to dirty your hands. The young man suddenly laughed and controlled the 100 swords to sweep over the demonic beasts. In his opinion, the Great Devil Sect was just an undeserved reputation. Although they were called the 9 Prefectures' 10 Evils, they were actually as fragile as tofu in front of the experts from the final world. Bang, bang. After the flying swords were released, more poisonous insects fell to the ground. This also made the 2 demon elders feel pain in their hearts. The demonic beasts that they had stored for many years were almost completely destroyed by these 2 bitches. Chapter 4093. Careless. The flying swords pierced through the demonic beasts. In the end, all the demonic beasts were destroyed. The ground was filled with poisonous insects, twitching slowly. It was a terrifying sight. What other tricks do you have? Seeing the demonic beasts destroyed, Princess Tin spoke indifferently. What other tricks can they have? They can only wait for death. Not far away, the young man laughed contemptuously. Don't be happy too early. However, the 2 demon elders spoke at the same time. Their words made Princess Tian and the others frown. They were dying, yet they were still so confident? I've said it before. I'll cut off your tongues and then kill you. However, Princess Tin clearly did not believe the words of the 2 demon elders. Look at your exquisite pagoda. However, the next sentence of the demon elder finally made Princess Tin frown. Then, her expression changed greatly. She realized that she had lost control of her divine weapon. The exquisite pagoda, which was still floating in the sky, became dimmer and dimmer. Its surface was covered with dirty blood. The dirty blood continued to spread. Then, with a clang, the exquisite pagoda fell from the sky and completely lost its luster. This made everyone cry out in alarm. What was going on? It's corroded. The corrosive power came from the blood of the demonic beasts. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had figured out something. The demonic beasts seemed to have been destroyed by Princess Tian. In fact, before they were destroyed, the demonic beasts also spilled blood. The blood had a mysterious power. When it came into contact with the divine weapon, it would immediately corrode the divine weapon and cut off the connection between the divine weapon and its owner. Of course, the effect of 1 drop of demonic beast blood was not great. However, with so many demonic beasts here, the exquisite pagoda naturally could not withstand it. Laugh. Let's see how you can laugh now. Seeing the divine pagoda fall, the 2 demon elders laughed loudly. The heavenly princess continued to draw runes in an attempt to control the exquisite little pagoda. However, the exquisite little pagoda remained motionless. This caused her to angrily shout, "What did you do to my frost-red lotus pagoda?" "Filthy things, Princess Ting. Don't worry, I'll kill them." When the young man saw this, he immediately said coldly, "Bush, bush." His 100 swords drew a beautiful trajectory and immediately shot towards the 2 old men. However, the 2 old men were still laughing loudly, as if they had not seen anything. Laugh? Wait till I dig out your eyeballs. Let's see how you laugh then. In the young man's eyes, the laughter was like mockery, and he shouted angrily. However, just as those swords were about to reach the 2 demon elders, all of a sudden, swords fell from the sky. Clang, clang. After the 100 white swords fell, the town instantly fell silent. The young man's pupils constricted as he summoned the white sword. However, there was no effect at all. Weren't you very proud? Aren't you good at talking? Aren't you good at pretending? Now, show me another one. Looking at the 2 demon elders, they were in high spirits at this moment. You've been tricked. Then they laughed even louder. What? You can even corrode with the power of God? The young man's body finally trembled and his face turned pale. I was careless. I should have killed you first, not the assembled demonic beasts. Now, he finally knew that the other party came prepared. Jin Zhe, you're too ignorant. After laughing, the 2 demon elders finally said coldly, we have a great feud with the Jin family. How could I not be familiar with your sword techniques? However, although we targeted your sword techniques, as you said, if you killed us first, we wouldn't have been able to resist. Unfortunately, You tried to kill all of our assembled demonic beasts because of your pride and pretentiousness. In the end, you ended up like this, ha! Hearing the demon elder's words, the young man's face turned even paler. He almost slapped himself. Idiot! Now, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the girl and let us have some fun. Perhaps you won't have to die. The other demon elder laughed sinisterly. I. The young man's eyes flashed. How dare you? Hearing this, Princess Tian also shouted. Her usual arrogance had weakened a little at this moment, because she also knew that she would not have a good ending if she fell into the hands of the two demon elders. Fine. However, what made her angry was that the young man nodded directly. Aren't you here to protect me on behalf of the Jin family? If something happens to me, the true disciple of Miao Shen will not let the Jin family go. This also made Princess Tian furious. I'm sorry. My life is more important. The young man gritted his teeth and said word by word. After saying this, he lowered his head in shame. Haha. The two demon elders laughed even louder when they saw that the young man had betrayed the heavenly princess. They were obviously overjoyed. But soon, one of the demon elders pounced on the young man and kicked him hard on the head like a whip. Bang! The young man's head exploded as if it had been struck by lightning, and his brain matter spurted out. An expert from the Heavenly Sword Academy had fallen here. Obviously, the two demon elders had come for him and would not let him go. The young man's headless body also shot into the street and broke through the wall, causing the crowd to panic and avoid it. However, in the end, the young man's body was burned clean by a flame, and it was a golden flame. Unfortunately, the two demon elders did not see this scene. Instead, they looked at Princess Tian. What a pitiful little girl. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with you, but you walked together with Jin Zhe. Now, it's impossible for us to not kill you. The two demon elders walked step by step towards Princess Tian, and their ferocious faces had a hint of ferocity. Pluck. Princess Tian was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Her strength was not strong, and she only had a powerful identity and a divine weapon. However, her strongest divine weapon had been corroded due to her carelessness, so now she had no power to resist. I am a true disciple of Miao Shen. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die. Be careful that the great demon sect will be destroyed. However, Princess Tian obviously would not let herself be captured, and she was still looking for an opportunity. If it was before, I would not have dared to touch you, but now, the great demon sect has found a powerful backer. They are not even afraid of the gods, so why should we be afraid of Miao Shen's true disciple? One of the demon elders immediately said disdainfully. After speaking, he looked up and down at Princess Tian, as if he could see through Princess Tian. Princess Tian also had a feeling that her clothes were being stripped off, which made her panic more and more. She was most afraid of this kind of person who did not give face to Miao Shen's true disciple. I can give you treasures. Chapter 4094. Showing off his divine might. Those words made Princess Tian completely give up. Her face and eyes were full of confusion and helplessness. Her former pride had suffered a huge setback at this moment and was greatly destroyed. This was because this was the first time she had met someone who didn't give her face as Miao Shen's true disciple. Enjoy it. Just as she was feeling disheartened, the two demon elders had already walked over, rubbing their hands together like wolves. But right at this moment, a severed leg shot over swiftly from afar. Surging flames were burning on the surface of the severed leg, and it looked like a meteor from afar. Who is it? The sudden change made one of the demon elders' expression change, and he hurriedly blocked the attack. Bang! However, when the broken leg collided with old demon's palm, it actually sent him flying a dozen meters away. Boom! In the end, the broken leg exploded. Most importantly, this broken leg belonged to Jin Zhe from before. Moreover, wasn't he trying to infuriate the two demon elders by making trouble at this time? Everyone was shocked. Then, they immediately looked at the person who had come. They saw a man in a black robe and a ghost mask walking out from the crowd. He was mysterious and unfathomable, giving people a shocking feeling. Looking at the newcomer, the two demon elders' expressions changed. They didn't know why, but their intuition told them that this man wasn't simple. Princess Tian also looked at the person gratefully. If there weren't so many people around, she would have kowtowed to the person. That was because the person who came had protected something important to her. Unfortunately, the person who came didn't even look at her and coldly walked out. Is the leader of the Great Devil sect, the Great Devil God, in this world? A soft voice drifted out. It was a little hoarse, but it inexplicably made the atmosphere a lot more oppressive. So what? You dare to meddle in the affairs of the Great Devil sect? This is equivalent to provoking the Great Devil sect. The two demon elders stared at the mysterious man, not daring to act rashly. That's good. Where is your great demonic god? The person finally stopped and spoke coldly. Why should I tell you? You want to see the great demonic god? You're not qualified. Seeing this, one of the demon elders said coldly. However, he secretly took control of the dead demonic beasts on the ground. Originally, I planned to spare your lives. But now, it seems like you're forcing me to kill you. The newcomer didn't seem to know what old demon was doing. Ha, kill me? The two demon elders looked at each other and laughed. Do you know who that young man is? He's a strong cultivator from the Celestial Sword Academy. He's one of the top 100 cultivators on the Celestial Stairway. But now he's dead. If you want to kill us, we'll kill you. That's right. Now we'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately and I'll pretend that I've never seen you. Otherwise, I'll use your head to make a demonic beast. The two of them secretly took control of the demonic beasts, and their confidence increased by a notch. Everyone looked at the newcomer in shock. They did not understand why the other party had provoked the Great Devil sect. As for Princess Tian, she looked at the newcomer with a complicated expression. She didn't know why, but the black cloak, the slender figure, and the mysterious mask had left a heavy shadow in her heart. So far, many men had tried to curry favor with her because of the true disciple of Miao Shen. However, perhaps she was used to this kind of flattery since she was young, so she didn't like those men at all. Instead, she hated them. However, the man in front of her was different. He was very cold. He was filled with the domineering aura of a strong cultivator and a man. However, when she looked at him carefully, she felt that the man was somewhat familiar. However, when she thought about it carefully, she was sure that she had never seen this man before. I'd like to see what it's like to make a demonic beast. At this moment, the mysterious man finally opened his mouth. After saying that, he disappeared from where he was and shot forward at the speed of 5,000 worlds. And he was Lin Ling. Facing the two demon elders, Lin Ling didn't even need to use the talent fusion. It was enough to crush them. Come out. Seeing Lin Ling suddenly disappear, the two demon elders sneered immediately. Then, the demonic beasts behind them came back to life and rushed forward with their broken limbs. Looking from afar, the sky was full of demonic beasts, which was extremely terrifying. No matter who you are, once you are corroded by the blood of the demonic beasts, your strength will disappear temporarily. What an idiot! We have killed many martial gods over the years with this method. The two demon elders also laughed sinisterly. Endless demonic beasts flew out and hit a person in the air. Then all the demonic beasts drowned that person. It's over. Many people shook their heads at this scene. Because the blood of the demonic beasts was corrosive, which was why Jin Zhe was defeated. Therefore, if the mysterious man could get close to the demon elders and kill them before the demonic beasts arrived, he could still win. However, if he fought with the demonic beasts, he would only end up dead. Boom. But right at this moment, the ground, sky, and space shook slightly, and then a strand of terrifying dignified aura swept out like an all-powerful force. Crackle crackle. On the street, endless white thunderbolts burst out like sea urchins and wreaked havoc in the surroundings. If one looked carefully, the demonic beasts could not get close to the mysterious man at all. They were blocked by the sea urchin-like thunderbolts. What's going on? The two demon elders were startled. But soon one of them laughed. I'm afraid he has some treasure. Just wait and see, the treasure will be corroded. Apparently, he was very confident. Bang. However, a figure had already rushed over. The sea urchin-like thunderbolts destroyed all the demonic beasts in front of him. It was extremely brutal. Then, the person came to the front of one of the demon elders and hit him with his palm. This palm was also mixed with the fierce power of thunderbolts. Ah! The demon elder could not react in time. He could not help but cry out in pain. His body kept twitching and his face was hideous. He could not move at all. The demon elder next to him was trembling in fear. What's going on? The person who came was not corroded? Is this the power of God? Suddenly, he realized that his demonic beast's blood had a weakness. For example, it was useless even against those who had the power of God. God's power, the power of God. Only a divine object could challenge its majesty. You are a trial tester. Next, Elder Mo screamed in horror. He knew that in this gathering of the Spirit Nation, they were not afraid of anyone except for the people of God. This was not to say that the Spirit Nation was afraid of the gods. It was just that the Spirit Nation did not want to be targeted by the gods too soon. However, a trial tester had come. Now, can you tell me where the great demon lord is? Lin Ling did not answer. Instead, he said coldly, Great demon lord, the demon elders seem to be in a difficult position. Bang. Chapter 4095. See the 18 weapons again. In Spirit Light City. Old Demon said anxiously. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Naturally, he didn't attack for Princess Tian. To be honest, he couldn't wait for the Princess Tian to be killed by the old demon. This was because the Princess Tian had repeatedly harassed him. Lin Ling was also very disgusted by this woman. However, Lin Ling still made his move. His goal was naturally the two demon elders. He guessed that the Great Devil Sect was related to the Spirit Nation. Moreover, he was also worried that Senior Lu Chen would be in danger if the battle dragged on for too long. Therefore, he attacked with lightning speed. Take me there. Lin Ling grabbed the elder demon and controlled him with lightning. Then he shot out along the street. He did not know if the people from the Spirit Nation were hiding in the town. So, he had to leave immediately to avoid alerting the enemy. Looking at the dead and injured old demon, the crowd was stunned. Too awesome. That mysterious man defeated old demons so easily. It's a trial taker. Someone said with admiration. They had also heard rumors that there were elites below the gods. There were a total of 40 of them, and every one of them was the youngest god. This is the first time I've seen a trial taker. Someone else spoke up. Thinking back to the previous scene, they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. He's a trial challenger. On the ground, Princess Tian's eyes flickered constantly. Recalling the scene from before, she still felt like she was dreaming. But shortly after, the flicker in her eyes quietly turned into admiration and admiration. He's so domineering. He's the most imposing man I've ever seen. Princess Tian muttered to herself. She realized that her heart was beating wildly. Her face had turned red. Obviously, she was attracted to that domineering, mysterious man. Of course, if she knew that this man was the Lin Ling that she had tried to kill several times but failed, who knew how she would feel? At this moment, Lin Ling had already rushed out of the town. He used the stare of wisdom to seal the old demon to prevent him from leaking information. Take me there immediately. Then he said coldly. Elder Mo had a bitter expression on his face because he had never expected to meet a trial taker. The 5 great devil elders of the Great Devil Sect could walk unhindered in the 9 regions, but they were afraid of the challengers. Seeing old demon's sullen look, Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He activated the Human King's flame and burned old demon in an attempt to assimilate him. Don't. Lord Trial Taker, spare me. I'll kneel down before you. The Devil Elder was sealed by the steps of wisdom and couldn't resist at all. He could only scream in pain as he was burned. Even though his body was not hot, the majesty of a mortal monarch reached the depths of his soul. Gradually, he was also assimilated. However, just as the human monarch's flame in his body was about to completely assimilate him, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he immediately withdrew the human monarch's flame. This was because he sensed a power that was similar to the Spirit Nation. This made him guess that if the assimilation continued, Old Demon would die without a doubt. Just like when Lin Ling met the man from the Spirit Nation before. When he wanted to assimilate him, he would rather die than be controlled by Lin Ling. He also had this power in his body that seemed to be able to revive after death. I'll talk. However, although Lin Ling didn't continue to assimilate him, Old Demon obviously couldn't withstand the impact of the Human King's flame and surrendered again. It's in a void underground. Old Demon said with cold sweat on his forehead. Lead the way. Lin Ling said coldly, secretly feeling lucky. Lin Ling was no doubt more cautious about the Spirit Nation. The strength of the Spirit Nation was probably the strongest of the 9 regions' 10 evils. Yes. Old Demon didn't dare to be negligent. A green poisonous fly appeared in his hand and he threw it into the sky. The poisonous fly flew in a circle in the sky and immediately flew in a certain direction. Follow the ancient ground fly and you'll find it. Old Demon also said to Lin Ling. Then, the two of them moved forward. They crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. Finally, the poisonous fly landed on a swamp and quietly changed its shape. Its wings contracted and it turned into a mole cricket. Then it dug a hole and left. What is the Great Devil Sect doing here? Lin Ling's soul force locked onto the mole cricket and he didn't act rashly. I don't know. I only know that the 9 regions' 10 evils have all gathered here. Moreover, there are many famous experts here. Old Demon smiled bitterly and said to Lin Ling, the 9 regions' 10 evils are all here? Lin Ling's heart trembled. He was even more certain that the Spirit Nation was here. Then, his soul force sensed that the mole cricket had entered a strange cloud. The cloud was hidden in the depths of the earth. It was pure white and about 100 feet in size. It was extremely mysterious. Once we enter, we will reach the Spirit Light City. Old Demon seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's investigation. He couldn't help but explain. Then, he said with a pleading face, after we enter the Spirit Light City, you will let me go. Let's go in first. Lin Ling knew that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Therefore, he grabbed Old Demon and used the True Inheritance Dark Sword to cut open the earth. Then, he shot into the cloud in the depths of the earth. After entering the cloud, Lin Ling immediately had a familiar feeling. It was as if he had appeared in the Void Passage. This Spirit Nation's methods are really powerful. I guess they are most likely related to the world will. Drifting along the cloud, Lin Ling secretly said. After a long time, Lin Ling reappeared on a red wasteland. Looking around, the wasteland was vast and boundless. There were no plants. Instead, there was a white light in the distance that shot into the sky, exuding endless divine power. Woo! The wind in the wasteland was even stranger. It was as if a person was crying. The so-called Spirit Nation seems to be a bunch of people who pretend to be gods and ghosts. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Just as he was about to lead Old Demon forward, a cold voice suddenly sounded, Lin Ling, you have finally found this place. Then figures walked out from the void. There were a total of 18 people, all holding 18 different weapons. They looked coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally recognized these people. They were the 18 weapons that had chased after him. Moreover, these people were Luli Empress's people. Seeing these people, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then he frowned and said, You are following me? It's not really following because we found this place before you. Moreover, we knew that you would definitely find it too. Therefore, we have been waiting for you here. One of the men held a halberd and said indifferently. Last time, he was the one who fought fiercely with Lin Ling. However, he was defeated by Lin Ling. Luli Empress is also here? Lin Ling asked again. If Luli Empress was also here, Lin Ling would be in danger. You don't need to know this. You only need to know that you will definitely die today. Murderous intent appeared on the 18 people. Last time, Lin Ling escaped. This time, they were confident that they would kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling? Chapter 4096. An intense battle. He naturally knew the name Lin Ling. Back then, he had caused the death of one of their demon elders. At that time, the Great Devil Sect was enraged and had placed Lin Ling on their wanted list. However, Lin Ling back then was too insignificant and the Great Devil Sect had many important matters to attend to. Hence, they did not go out of their way to kill Lin Ling. They had wanted to kill him when they had the chance. However, by the time they had the chance, Lin Ling was already abnormally powerful. At that time, they could not kill him at all. In the end, in the God's store in the Dragon Valley wasteland, Lin Ling had led the God Slayer Alliance to stir up a storm and become an overlord. At that time, the Great Devil Sect was also there. However, they could only watch as Lin Ling became the overlord. Why is it you? At the thought of this, the demon elder's bitter smile became even more intense. Die. However, Lin Ling did not show mercy. He activated the human flame and burned the demon elder to ashes. This was because he did not know if the demon elder was with these 18 people. Hence, it was more advantageous to have one less opponent. Since all of you are here, could it be that Luli Empress is also related to the Spirit Kingdom? Following which, Lin Ling sneered at the 18 people. You have a sharp tongue. I know you want to frame Luli Empress, but your plan will be in vain. Because Luli Empress is not related to the Spirit Kingdom. Don't think that you are the only trial taker of the deity realm. You are the only trial taker here. Among the 18 people, one of them snorted. Following which, the 18 of them released their realm essence. Through their words, Lin Ling immediately knew that other trial takers had also found this place. He immediately released his realm essence as well. The 18 people knew that Lin Ling was not simple. In a one-on-one battle, no one was a match for Lin Ling. Hence, the light of treasures rushed out from their bodies, causing the ground to billow with rumbling sounds. And in the sky, 18 different weapons appeared. They were all existences of the ultimate desolate body. These 18 weapons constantly emitted a sharp light, and then countless overlapping shadows appeared, forming a large number of blades and spears that shot towards Lin Ling. One had to know that although the 18 weapons were the ultimate desolate body, with their heads and tails fused together seamlessly, the power of their talents had reached the level of a connate divine fetus. Ding ding dang dang. 2 swords appeared in Lin Ling's hands, slashing apart the weapons that were shooting at him. Then, his eyes flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The moment he disappeared, a deadly whip swept across and shattered the void. After dodging the sharp whip, Lin Ling didn't do anything. He didn't stop moving and disappeared again. Rumble. Just like before, as soon as he disappeared, a huge hammer arrived and exploded. Countless nails shot out from the hammer. These nails were called realm-rotting nails. They could corrode the realm essence of a martial god realm expert. As long as one was hit, the realm essence would be consumed continuously. Furthermore, the nail couldn't be pulled out because once it was pulled out, the nail would enter the body. It was extremely vicious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He appeared and disappeared continuously. Every time he appeared, there would be a huge hammer in the void that would explode continuously. What a nimble fellow. His speed is at 5,000 world speed. The 18 people were shocked. The last time they saw Lin Ling wasn't this powerful. It's okay. We will catch him. However, one of them said confidently. The weapon in his hand was a meteor hammer. He waved it slightly and then threw it into the void. The meteor hammer was extremely mysterious. Its speed wasn't fast, but once it locked onto a person, it would immediately follow the opponent. It felt as if the opponent was flying while dragging the meteor hammer. That was why the meteor hammer had such speed. These 18 weapons aren't strong, but their methods are very strange. Lin Ling immediately noticed the meteor hammer chasing after him. To his surprise, the meteor hammer was faster when he was faster. However, the meteor hammer was slower when he was slower. The meteor hammer's purpose should be to trap him. Caught him. At this moment, one of the 18 people's eyes lit up. 18 ancient slashes. Killing intent appeared on the faces of the others instantly. That was because Lin Ling had been locked onto and it would be difficult for him to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 18 weapons immediately attacked in a certain direction. Judging by their power, it was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Rumble. However, Just as the weapons were about to explode, the terrifying aura of the sea urchin rushed out from the center and knocked the 18 weapons back. Luai's physique, super enraged state. Ah, my face. My hand. After the 18 weapons were knocked back, they immediately swept toward the 18 people. Looking carefully, one of the 18 people was covered with world-rotting nails. Obviously, they were bounced back by Lin Ling's super enraged state. Some people had their hands broken by a godly weapon. 2 of the women were lashed by the meteor hammer and whip. One of them had a deep whip mark on her face as if she was disfigured. The other was smashed in the cheek by the meteor hammer and her bones were broken. These 2 women were originally good-looking, but now their faces were disfigured and they looked very ferocious. He is much stronger than he was back then. The 18 people's hearts were also rumbling. For more than 10 years, they hadn't appeared in the final world, so they didn't know Lin Ling's strength. If they were in Snow-Blowing City and witnessed the Divine Dao competition, they would know that today's Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. Of course, even if it was more than 10 years ago, if Lin Ling wasn't afraid of Luli Empress, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling was giving them a taste of their own medicine, Lin Ling's cold eyes stared ahead as he secretly said to himself, "This is Spiritual Light City. Therefore, I need to get rid of them immediately. If I cause too much of a commotion, I will alert the enemy." With this thought, Lin Ling also decided to end the battle quickly. Lightning bloomed from his body. Lin Ling held 2 swords in his hands and the speed of 5,000 worlds erupted. No need to scream, because even if your face is disfigured, no one will see you in the future. In front of one of the women, Lin Ling appeared. His 2 swords crossed and the Bodhi divine light appeared on the sword. Kacha! The woman was cut in half at the waist. Meteor! Seeing this, the others didn't care about the injuries on their bodies and shouted, "Next, it's your turn." Lin Ling disappeared again and soon appeared in front of another woman. His long sword pierced through her chest, causing her to die with grievances. "I'm going to kill you." A tall and sturdy man held a halberd. His eyes were red because that woman was his lover. "Your speed is too slow." Chapter 4097. The 9 prefectures' 10 evils had gathered. Kill Lin Ling? What a joke. Last time, they chased after Lin Ling and Lin Ling had yet to avenge himself. Now they dared to come and kill Lin Ling. If Lin Ling did not kill them, he would be too soft-hearted. Evil ghost jellyfish. When it pounced towards another person, Lin Ling let out a low roar. A large number of black jellyfish swam out and entangled with the others. Swish. Another person was killed and blood spilled onto the wasteland. Next, another person. After one of the 18 people died, the others were unable to withstand a single blow and were easily defeated by Lin Ling. In the end, there were only 3 people left. They did not escape nor did they attack. They only looked at Lin Ling with anger. The 18 of them had been together for 30,000 years and were like brothers. But now they were all dead. Therefore, how could they not hate Lin Ling? "I really like the look in your eyes." However, Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts since he was young. He was already used to the hatred in their eyes. Speaking of which, ever since he went to the final world, his killing intent had been restrained. But that did not mean that he would not kill. "I will remember you. If there is a next life, I will definitely take revenge." One of the dignified-looking men suddenly spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he fell from the sky. He had obviously committed suicide. "Coward!" Lin Ling said contemptuously. Knowing that he was not his opponent, he chose to commit suicide? If this was not a coward, then what was? Even if he, Lin Ling, knew that he was not his opponent, he would never commit suicide. "Only the 2 of you are left. What else do you have to say?" Lin Ling then looked at the remaining 2 people. Their faces were filled with malevolence, and there was a hint of hysteria in them. "Lin Ling, let me tell you, even if we die, you will not be able to gain any advantage. Because a trial taker has entered this place. He is trying to get close to Spirit Light City, but there are countless experts in Spirit Light City. Therefore, he needs a bait and you are the bait." The 2 men looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He finally knew the purpose of these people. As it turned out, the reason why these people were fighting with him was to attract the experts from the spiritual light city. This would allow the challenger on the other side to infiltrate the spiritual light city and obtain the information he needed. It seems that you are very familiar with my whereabouts. Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. He was very curious as to who this trial challenger was. They had no enmity with each other, so why had he been asked to draw the enemy's attention so that he could complete his mission perfectly? When you left Lord Lei Gong, your whereabouts were being monitored. We also knew that you would definitely find this place. Therefore, when you first appeared here, that challenger already had this thought. However, the two men sneered. It's just that you didn't expect that you would die here, right? Lin Ling continued and said the words that the two men had not finished speaking. The truth was indeed so. According to their original plan, they were to engage in a fierce battle with Lin Ling. If they could kill Lin Ling, that would be good. If they could not, then they would immediately retreat and let the experts of the spiritual light city find Lin Ling to settle the score. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling's strength would be so strong that he could easily kill them. The time he needed to do so was not long at all. Thank you for telling me. However, I think that you won't be able to see me being chased. As for that challenger who provoked me for no reason, I will find him. Lin Ling did not dare to delay any longer. His sword unsheathed and immediately took their lives. Then, without stopping, he rushed into the distance. According to his guess, the great battle here had attracted the attention of the spiritual light city. The truth was indeed so. Just as he moved, a strange fluctuation came from his surroundings. Lin Ling, a large number of experts have arrived. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to escape in a short period of time. Beside him, the giant ghost also sensed something and said solemnly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he helplessly shook his head. He could only stop his footsteps. Almost at the same time, the fluctuations in the surroundings were like water ripples. Then, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. Their cold gazes were also looking at Lin Ling. It's you. The first voice was heard, You are Lin Ling. Looking carefully, the person who spoke in the crowd was the woman in white who was killed by Lin Ling not long ago. However, compared to before, her aura was much more vigorous. Her every move carried the majesty of a god. It was obvious that her strength had increased. Most importantly, she actually recognized Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had hidden his identity. Lin Ling? Then a series of surprised voices rang out. Lin Ling's gaze swept over and could not help but be secretly shocked. This was because many of the experts that appeared were people that he had seen before. There was the Immortal Temple, the Tomb Guardian clan, the Ancient Demon clan, and the Eternal Resting Place of Heroic Spirits. They were the 9 states' 10 evils. Lin Ling never expected that the Spirit Nation would have such great courage to gather all the 9 states' 10 evils. Among the 9 states' 10 evils, many of them were related to Lin Ling. For example, the Celestial Temple was where an Yueri used to cultivate. The Ancient Demon clan was the force behind the Demon Young Master. The Tomb Guardian clan was from the Dream Stream. Looking at the Guishi clan, they were also related to the Emperor of Gold. Among the 9 states' 10 evils, except for the Land of Eternal Slumber and the Great Devil Sect, most of them not only had no enmity with Lin Ling, but they also had a good relationship with him. However, everyone looked at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze. Kill him. At this time, a fierce voice suddenly rang out. It was an old man. He was the Gu King of the Land of Eternal Slumber. He and Lin Ling were naturally irreconcilable. I didn't expect that you, old man, are still alive. Lin Ling stared at the other party and smiled faintly. Let's see how you escape this time. The Gu King's face was terrifyingly cold. This was because the kid in front of him had already killed 90% of the people in the Land of Eternal Slumber. Wanyan Shiji had died in his hands. Back then at the Dragon Tribe, Lin Ling had almost caused him to die there. This person is a trial taker, so we can't let him leave alive. Another man said indifferently. This person was more than 2 meters tall and wore a black robe. There were 3 silk banners behind him, making him look like a great devil god. He was also the great devil god of the Great Devil sect. His strength was not much weaker than the 9 states' 10 martial gods. To be able to become the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils, his strength was naturally one of the best among the martial gods. However, as soon as his words fell, the other leaders of the 9 states' 10 evils fell silent. Although they did not know Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling had a good relationship with some people, and those people were the rising stars of the 9 states' 10 evils. Therefore, they had to give him face. Chapter 4098. Boiling Battle Intent? The lady in white suddenly smiled faintly and said, "There are only 2 endings for such a character. 1. Join our spirit nation. 2. Die." After saying that, she looked at Lin Ling with a smile and let Lin Ling choose for himself. "I choose the 3rd option." Lin Ling said with a smile. "That's not up to you." Hearing this, the lady in white narrowed her eyes. Then, she did not waste any more time and directly attacked. Her body exploded with dazzling light. With ferocious divine energy, it shattered the sky and attacked Lin Ling. 10 streaks of divine energy. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The lady in white was not this powerful the last time. It seemed that the mysterious spirit nation could indeed be resurrected. After resurrection, their strength would greatly increase. Great earth flames. Putting aside his thoughts, Lin Ling tossed the 2 swords aside and drew something in the sky with both hands. Golden flames poured down from his body like a waterfall, forming a huge Dharma idol of the human king on the ground. The Dharma idol of the human king was covered in golden flames. It looked ahead and punched out. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. The wasteland was overturned. In midair, a white palm and a golden fist collided, forming a ferocious divine energy storm. Crush! The experts of the 9 states' 10 evils were all unsteady on their feet and were sent flying. However, their eyes were solemn as they marveled at Lin Ling's current strength. Back then, Lin Ling, the son of the devil who came from Qingzhou and destroyed the gods, was now a big shot in the entire universal void. They were ancient figures and had been famous for a long time. But now, a rising star seemed to have walked step by step from the current era to the ancient times and was on par with them. At this moment, a white figure flew out and floated in the sky. She had her hands behind her back and her white clothes fluttered. She looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, "The human Emperor Celestial Flames is indeed extraordinary. Both of us have 10 streaks of divine energy, but I'm actually weaker." Her right hand behind her back was constantly clenching and unclenching. Obviously, the previous collision had made her palm very uncomfortable. The experts of the Spirit Nation are also not simple. Lin Ling also spoke up, "But what makes me curious is that the Spirit Kingdom has gathered so many experts. I wonder what you guys are up to. Join us and you'll know." The lady in white Lin Ling Atlas Studios, "You know that's impossible." Lin Ling shook his eyes. "I wanted to sneak in, but I was betrayed by some shameless person. Forget it, I was discovered. Let's fight. If I can't sneak in. If I can't sneak in. Transin." His last sentence was filled with a domineering aura of superiority. Transin. "Do you think you have such strength?" Hearing Lin Ling's words, the woman in white could not help but laugh. "Come, you're speaking so highly of yourself. Let me see how strong you are as a trial taker." Gu King said coldly. He knew that Lin Ling's strength was very strong and was almost on par with them. However, it was impossible for one person to fight against so many of them. Therefore, he could not wait to fight Lin Ling to the death. "Is that so? Do you think I only have the strength I have now?" Lin Ling did not care and smiled. Next, he fused his talents and used all his techniques. Body of Thunderlock. Dragon God Armor Unsealed. 6 Dantians Fused. Devil Jellyfish, Dragon God Talent, Realm Swallowing Beast, and other powers were all displayed. In the eyes of the people, it was as if a catastrophe had arrived. A man floated in the air like a demon and a god. Behind him, countless tentacles were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. 2 dragons were on his shoulders, and behind him was the mouth of countless realm-swallowing beasts. What was terrifying was that white lightning was wreaking havoc in all directions. Above his head was the wrath of a human king. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt as if they had come to a zoo. This was because Lin Ling had too many talents. Furthermore, each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. 2 divine fetuses and several ultimate desolate bodies. If this child matures, he will definitely be a terrifying existence. Why wait until he matures? He is already not weak at the moment. Next, I think there will be a tough battle. This is the full strength of the son of the devil, Lin Ling. How did this rising star cultivate? Why does he have so many trump cards? The leaders of the 9 states' vicious 10 were all knowledgeable people. However, it was clearly their first time seeing a freak like Lin Ling. Therefore, they also knew that it was not easy to harm Lin Ling. Without a tough battle, it was impossible. This is your full strength. It seems like I underestimated you last time. The white-clothed woman said with a serious look in her eyes. The boundary energy on her body soared into the sky. She was ready for a tough battle. The Gu King and the great demonic god also secretly released their strength. As for the other leaders, their expressions were extremely complicated. However, they still released their strength in the end. An ancient war was about to break out. Farewell. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Then, with the speed of 6,000 realms travel, he disappeared under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Everyone was stunned for a long time. Farewell? He was not going to fight anymore? What the heck? They had already taken off their pants, and Lin Ling showed them this? Damn brat. Next, the Gu King immediately roared. He was so angry that his face was distorted. Clearly, he also knew that although Lin Ling seemed to have released his full strength and was ready to fight to the death, he was actually preparing to escape. The most important thing was that he wanted to escape. Why did he have to play with these ancient monsters? Moreover, he was so calm when he escaped and even said goodbye. His face was full of fighting spirit. Fight my ass. Goodbye. The white-clothed woman was also stunned. She was so angry that she almost broke her teeth. Chase him. Of course, she would not let Lin Ling escape. Lin Ling was a big problem in her heart. If she could not make him one of them, she had to eliminate him. At this moment, Lin Ling was crazily moving along the wasteland with the speed of 6,000 realms travel. Fight with those old monsters? What a joke. Lin Ling was not that stupid. Not to mention whether he could win or not, even if he could, he would alert the enemy. After all, he was here to save people. Moreover, he was not confident that he could win. Of course, at the same time, Lin Ling also cursed inwardly. It was because of that trial taker. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. As for that trial taker, he must have entered the spiritual light city casually. Lin Ling would remember this hatred in his heart. Evil ghost jellyfish, disperse. Then, Lin Ling knew the strength of the leaders of the 9 prefectures 10. Therefore, he immediately urged the evil ghost jellyfish to fly in all directions. Chapter 4099. The Whereabouts of Lu Qin. And this move was naturally to distract the pursuer's line of sight. At this moment, those experts were also quickly catching up from behind. Their speed was clearly more than double that of Lin Ling's. What a cunning junior. But do you think you can escape? We, the vicious 10 of the 9 prefectures, have not fallen for 10,000 years. Everyone has their own trump cards. He definitely won't be able to escape. Led by the white-clothed woman, all the old monsters sneered. But soon, they suddenly stopped flying and looked around. Then they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why have so many Lin Ling appeared? Look at the aura. Lin Ling's aura is everywhere. We've been deceived. What should we do now? Everyone sensed their surroundings and discovered that within a radius of 10,000 miles, Lin Ling's aura was everywhere, causing them to lose track of Lin Ling for a moment. The Gu King, who had shouted the loudest earlier, felt as if he had been slapped in the face. He was so angry that his face was contorted. He finally met Lin Ling and had the opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, he let Lin Ling escape again. Split up and chase after him. The woman in white's expression was cold as she waved her hand. Everyone nodded and immediately split up, running in different directions. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a headless fly, randomly choosing a direction and continuing to run wildly. With the speed of 6,000 worlds, he could easily pass through 6,000 worlds. However, this was a mysterious space that seemed to be endless. Even with the speed of 6,000 worlds, he still couldn't reach the edge. The wasteland was still a wasteland, stretching as far as the eye could see. After a long time, Lin Ling found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. Using the speed of 6,000 realms for a long time, even with his realm essence, he was unable to withstand it. Then he undid the talent fusion. However, before he could sit down, a figure stealthily condensed on a nearby rock wall. It was an elder wearing a gray robe. He had a head of long gray hair that was tied behind his head. Moreover, he carried a huge tombstone on his back as he slowly walked towards Lin Ling. A gust of wind of destruction quietly blew out from the wasteland. When it blew past Lin Ling's pupils constricted. From the wind of nirvana, Lin Ling sensed a mysterious aura. That old man was clearly very strong. Most importantly, he was also one of the leaders of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Lin Ling. The old man stopped 100 meters away. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Then he smiled. "Senior." Lin Ling hurriedly saluted. "Are you going to attack me?" Hearing this, the old man's smile turned into a bitter one. "If it were someone else, I would definitely not let him go. But you... Sigh, Meng Lu must be doing well with you. I haven't seen him for many years." He was the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils Tomb Guardian clan. Naturally, he knew Lin Ling. Although it was his first time meeting him, he had heard of Lin Ling's name. He also knew that their young leader, Meng Lu, had always followed Lin Ling. Moreover, when he talked about Lin Ling, Meng Lu was extremely excited. He kept calling Lin Ling big brother and brother. It was extremely rare for Meng Lu to have such feelings for an outsider. "You should leave." The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Just pretend that I never saw you. However, it's better for you to leave this place immediately. It's very dangerous here." "Senior, do you know where Lu Qin is?" Lin Ling hurriedly asked. His voice stunned the old man. He frowned and said, "He's not doing well now because he refused to join the Spirit Nation." "Then where is he?" Hearing this, Lin Ling became even more worried. "It's better if you don't know about this." The old man sighed softly. However, Lin Ling stubbornly said, "Senior Lu Chen is my benefactor. I've come here for him. If I can't see him, I'll definitely search the entire Spirit Light City." "Are you crazy? With your talent, it won't be long before us old fogies are no match for you. Right now, you're going head-to-head with us old fogies. Isn't this destroying your own future?" Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man suddenly shouted angrily. His voice carried a reprimand as if he was criticizing a junior. Perhaps Meng Lu was too familiar with Lin Ling. Therefore, he also regarded Lin Ling as his junior. Now that he saw that Lin Ling wanted to throw his life away, he was naturally enraged. "Whether it's destroying my own future or throwing my life away, I won't leave until I see Senior Lu Chen." Lin Ling did not blame the old man for reprimanding him. Instead, he stubbornly insisted. Seeing this, the old man sighed. Then, he pondered for a moment and threw out a small bamboo token. "The last time I saw Lu Chen was in Spirit Light City. I've recorded everything I saw in this bamboo token. I hope it can help you. Remember, you can't force your way into Spirit Light City. You must move stealthily. It's best if you can rescue Lu Chen. If you can't, leave on your own." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Ling immediately thanked him gratefully and accepted the bamboo token. Then, he curiously asked, "Senior's strength may not be unrivaled in the 9 states, but it's not far off. Why do you want to join the Spirit Nation?" "There's a deity behind the Spirit Nation and we, the 9 states' 10 evils, are related to him. Therefore, when he returns, we'll all be summoned by him. Of course, there are benefits for us as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't listen to the orders of others so easily." The old man faintly said, Moreover, there's a powerful background behind that deity. However, this is only our guess. I'm not too sure if it's true. Just as he finished speaking, the old man's eyes suddenly flashed. Then he quickly said, "All right, someone's coming. Leave immediately. I'll hold him back for you." "Yes. Thank you, Senior." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed gratefully and ran into the distance. This kid. Seeing this, the old man smiled helplessly. "That kid, Meng Lu, has already called you big brother. As his grandfather, how can I not help when I can?" After saying this, he calmly walked forward. "Old Tombstone Ghost, do you feel that something is wrong in this direction?" At this time, a rolling corpse aura finally came from behind him. Then, it turned into a huge ghost head and said faintly, "Do you want me to seal you into the tombstone?" The old man continued to walk forward without looking behind him. He naturally knew who was coming. It was the Gu King from the place of eternal rest. TSK, I'm just kidding. By the way, have you seen Lin Ling?" The person descended from the sky and asked casually with a smile on his face. "Do you think that if I saw Lin Ling I would walk slowly here? Get lost. There's nothing strange in this direction. On the contrary, I've seen many jellyfish-like things along the way. They all have Lin Ling's aura. I think we've been bewitched by these things." The old man calmly said, "I've also encountered many of them, but I've destroyed them all. That Lin Ling is so cunning. He actually used Wang Jian to deceive us." Speaking of the evil ghost jellyfish, the person immediately snorted. However, he smiled and said, "You really haven't seen Lin Ling?" Chapter 4100. Unfortunately, you can't go back. Hee, I'm just asking. After all, I heard that your grandson is very close to Lin Ling, so I'm afraid that you've secretly released Lin Ling. Of course, it's best if you haven't. After all, you should know that the price to pay for deceiving the spirit nation is very high. Sigh. Gu King narrowed his eyes, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Then he laughed indifferently. "If you have evidence, you can tell the spirit nation. If you don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to spout nonsense." The old man snorted coldly, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. "All right, if you don't have evidence, then you don't have to be angry. I'm leaving. Goodbye." Gu King immediately waved his hand, and then ran in another direction as if it didn't matter. Looking at the direction Gu King had gone, the old man was relieved because that was not the direction Lin Ling had gone. Then he pondered for a moment, and also ran in another direction. For directions, one of which was the direction Gu King and the old man had come from. Then, they each chose a direction, and the last one was the direction Lin Ling had gone. The cold wind still blew through the wasteland, making it look like a place abandoned by the world. But soon, the ground cracked open, and a stinking corpse crawled out, laughing cruelly. "This tomb keeper is obviously guilty. When he saw the direction I left in, he immediately calmed down. This means that the direction I went in definitely did not have Lin Ling, and the direction he went in probably did not have Lin Ling. Then, it's this direction." Sigh. He finally looked in one of the directions. He had already felt that something was wrong with the old man, because the old man was too calm. In addition, the relationship between the Tomb Keeper tribe and Lin Ling had made him suspicious. And the facts proved that his guess was right. The old man was guilty. Then, he chased in the direction Lin Ling had gone. "Ha Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Now that you've fallen into my hands, let's see how you're going to escape." Sigh. The ground wriggled, and a mound of soil rushed along the ground. Swoosh. Not long after, a malevolent ghost jellyfish appeared in the ground and seemed to be investigating him. Destroy. Sigh. The king of venomous worms shouted and destroyed the evil ghost jellyfish domineeringly. However, he was even happier, because he was sure that Lin Ling was in this direction and had discovered him. Run, let's see how you can run. Sigh. Boom. King of venomous worms rushed out of the ground and transformed into a 1,000-year-old corpse. He ran on the ground at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, as he ran, he laughed loudly, and a large amount of rotten meat flowed out of his stinky mouth. Sigh. After a long time, a young man appeared before his eyes on a piece of red soil. The young man was leaning against a rock wall with his arms crossed and his eyes slightly closed. He seemed to feel that he couldn't escape, so he simply didn't try to escape. Looking at the top of his head, a mysterious umbrella was floating there. It looked very beautiful, and on top of the umbrella was an extremely beautiful butterfly. If a woman was here, she would definitely be very attractive. However, a man using an umbrella and a butterfly gave people a strange feeling. It's not raining, but you, Lin Ling, are using an umbrella. Are you scared out of your wits? But that butterfly is quite beautiful. Lin Ling, are you going to tell me that you like women's umbrellas and butterflies? Gu King saw Lin Ling from afar. Then he slowed down and walked toward him with a smile. At the same time, he seemed to be smiling, but he was secretly checking his surroundings. As the resting place of the heroic spirits, Gu King was naturally more cautious. Do you know? You have destroyed 90% of the foundation of the resting place of the heroic spirits. Now I have finally found a successor. However, before I pass down my mantle, I will kill you. Gu King said as he walked. You don't have to check. There's no one around. It's just me. At this time, Lin Ling seemed to know what Gu King was thinking and said calmly. Gu King's face turned red. He did not expect the kid to know what he was thinking. However, he was thick-skinned. He laughed and said, previously, it was that old man from the Tomb Guardian tribe who let you go. Hee, don't think that I don't know. After I kill you, I will tell the Spirit Nation about this. Then, the Tomb Guardian tribe will be in trouble. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, you can't go back. Hearing Gu King's words, Lin Ling's killing intent was finally released. Obviously, he would not let Gu King escape. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the wings of the Purple River's 6 butterfly divine war chariot above Lin Ling's head flapped slightly. On the purple wings, a mysterious melody spread out. It looked slow, but it had a fatal power. What? Gu King had been paying attention to his surroundings. However, he realized that the most terrifying thing was the exquisite butterfly. A formless wind blew, trying to destroy everything. This wind was very ancient. On the surface, there was nothing special about it. However, it was extremely sharp. Gu King's flesh and blood immediately began to be blown away. He used powerful techniques, but he could not stop the wind from blowing. What the hell is this? He could not help but roar. He was getting more and more anxious. That was because he did not expect Lin Ling to have such a treasure. Moreover, his eyes lit up. He had finally discovered something. That was because Lin Ling did not seem to have been caught by him. Lin Ling had been waiting for him. This cunning junior. Come out. Next he roared. He gave up on the 10,000-year-old corpse and released the huge golden silkworm. As soon as the golden silkworm appeared, the countless eyes on its body emitted light. Then, they condensed into a huge light wave and attacked Lin Ling. Obviously, he knew that the only way to defeat the mysterious butterfly was to kill Lin Ling. However, at that moment, the purple butterfly flapped its wings again, forming a divine wind that blew towards the huge light wave. Under the divine wind, the light wave was constantly being consumed, and its power continued to dissipate. Come on. Seeing this, the king of venomous worms roared and his eyes were bloodshot. Finally, the light wave reached Lin Ling and broke through the world of the divine wind. Gu King could not help but laugh excitedly. However, at that moment, the umbrella above Lin Ling's head formed a 5-colored light curtain and covered Lin Ling. When the light wave reached Lin Ling, it immediately exploded violently, destroying the wasteland. The shockwave raged out in a radius of tens of thousands of miles, causing the earth to tumble away. The golden silkworm's attack was still as terrifying as before. However, after the shockwave ended, the colorful light appeared again in the center. It was like a waterfall, protecting a man's body. Chapter 4101. Infiltration. How is this possible? The Gu King stood on the ground, his eyes trembling. In the end, it turned into an indescribable fear. He had managed to get Golden Silkworm's explosive bomb to Lin Ling's side with much difficulty, yet Lin Ling still had a treasure? How could he have known that the umbrella above Lin Ling's head was the Zenith Sky Umbrella, which could release a powerful protective umbrella? It was a treasure left behind by the divine inheritance for Lin Ling. Together with the Zai 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot, it was both offensive and defensive. If not for this, Lin Ling wouldn't have waited for the Gu King here. He knew that it was time for some things to be settled. Of course, although this offensive and defensive combination was powerful, it could only stop one powerhouse. Gu King, have a safe journey, Lin Ling said coldly under the Zenith Sky umbrella. No, don't kill me. I went the wrong way. I didn't see Lin Ling eh? Where is Lin Ling? All the Gu King's methods were useless against Lin Ling. Therefore, he was completely confused and wanted to pretend that he couldn't see Lin Ling like the old man from the Tomb Guardian race. It's too late. Of course, how could Lin Ling fall for such a cheap excuse? Then, Lin Ling turned around and left. The Zai 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot was still floating where he had been previously, flapping its wings continuously. Although its movements seemed light, there was a hint of the great Tao within them. This kind of innate artifact had 5 chances to release its power. He had released it once against the Yuan Venerate Martial God previously. Now, Lin Ling had also used the remaining 4 chances on the Gu King. This was because he also knew that if the Gu King left, Lin Ling would be fine, but the old man from the Tomb Guardian race would be implicated. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use the last 4 chances to destroy the Gu King. Don't. The Gu King's voice became softer and softer under the effects of the butterfly divine wind. Upon closer inspection, his entire body seemed to have withered and turned into a pile of minced meat. However, this was the minced meat of an old corpse, so it was very smelly. Even so, the minced meat was also constantly eroding under the effects of the butterfly divine wind. Spare me! As the minced meat became less and less minced meat, the Gu King felt like doomsday. Only the Zai 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot was strong enough. If Lin Ling was here, he might not be able to kill the Gu King, because the Gu King could turn into millions of Spore Gu and escape. The butterfly's butterfly divine wind could destroy all these Spore Gu after an unknown period of time. The enormous and beautiful butterfly in the sky gradually dimmed down, and in the end, it completely transformed into golden light and vanished. Clearly, the Gu God, the Gu. Looking at the wasteland that was in a mess, the Gu King had already disappeared without a trace. He did not even have the chance to turn into dust. He had completely died. Far away, Lin Ling was running wildly. He reckoned that the Gu King should be completely dead. This also meant that he had one less big problem to worry about. After all, the Gu King was too powerful. He was good at casting Gu. If he had targeted Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to guard against him. Only by killing such an opponent could he be at ease. Of course, Lin Ling also felt that it was a pity that the Zai 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot had been wasted. This was a treasure that had once scared away a Yuan Venerate Martial God. I wonder what kind of treasures the Inheritance Treasure will contain when I reach the 3rd level Martial God realm. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. The Inheritance Treasure of the Gods guaranteed that Lin Ling would have all the cultivation resources he needed to break through to the Martial God realm. If a 2nd level Martial God already had such a treasure, it was hard to imagine what a 3rd level Martial God would have. Lin Ling had already used up most of the treasures from the 2nd level Martial God realm. All that was left were the Zenith Heaven Umbrella and some divine stones. The divine stones could increase Lin Ling's divine power. However, he didn't have the time to refine them now. A bamboo tablet appeared in his hand. Lin Ling then released the evil ghost jellyfish to search in all directions. After a while, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The evil ghost jellyfish had discovered that there was a spiritual light soaring into the sky in the far north. Under the spiritual light, an ancient city sat there. The divine might of the city seemed to be concealing an extremely ancient secret. This made Lin Ling guess that the spiritual light city was there. It wasn't hard for Lin Ling to guess the purpose of the spiritual light city. It seemed to be to attract more people into the spirit nation. However, The spirit nation hadn't opened up yet, so there weren't many outsiders. On the contrary, there were many powerhouses from the 9 prefectures, 10 evils, and the spirit nation. These powerhouses had completely sealed off the spiritual light city. What a strong defense. If they discover me, I'm definitely not their opponent. I have to sneak in. Lin Ling thought to himself. Before meeting Senior Lu Chen, he didn't want to alert the enemy. After all, if he was discovered, he wouldn't be able to save them. However, it wasn't easy to sneak in because there were too many powerhouses. Moreover, they were all old monster-level powerhouses. They were proficient in all kinds of strange methods. Lin Ling couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't see through his identity. I can only give it a try. Lin Ling disguised himself and hid his aura as he rushed towards the spiritual light city. After traveling for 6 hours, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the spiritual light city. Looking around, the spiritual light in front of him soared into the sky. It was extremely sacred. Looking at the ground in front of him, he didn't know when it had changed from a wasteland to a field of ice. It was pure white, but it was also made of thousands of years old mysterious ice. It was extremely hard. The surrounding air was also much colder. Of course, to Lin Ling, this little bit of temperature was simply insignificant. Lin Ling, be careful. Someone is approaching. At this moment, the giant ghost beside him quietly said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. However, he calmed down and continued to move forward in his white clothes. At this moment, he had imitated his aura to be similar to that of the spirit nation in an attempt to deceive them. Clop, 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 clop. The sound of horse hooves came from the front. However, it was very fast. As soon as the sound fell, more than 10 men in white clothes appeared and blocked in front of Lin Ling. These people's auras were similar. However, their strength wasn't weak either. All of them had the strength of a martial god. Moreover, their talents were also among the ranks of divine fetuses. As for whether they were Xiantian or acquired, Lin Ling couldn't clearly check. However, he could feel that these people's divine fetuses were all the same. This also made Lin Ling secretly surprised. This spirit nation was really powerful. To be able to cultivate all its people into divine fetuses, it was undoubtedly much stronger than the other 9 states' 10 evils. Who are you? The leader was a man of about 40 years old. At this moment, he stared at Lin Ling and spoke in a dignified manner. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Lin Ling as he constantly checked Lin Ling's aura. At their level of strength, most of the time, they didn't care about appearances. This was because everyone knew that appearances could be changed. Therefore, Lin Ling's appearance only changed slightly. What changed was his aura. He lightly said, "Someone from the spirit nation." Chapter 4102. Exposed. Of course, Lin Ling's reply was extremely calm, causing their suspicions to be dispelled slightly. You didn't see a man and 2 women. They are different from the people of the spirit nation. They are spies. Then the leader said indifferently, "No, but I'm looking for them too." Lin Ling replied instantly. Seemed like he wasn't the only one who had infiltrated the spirit nation. There were others as well. And these people were plundering with such great fanfare, it was obvious that they were looking for those people. However, with them distracting the spirit nation, it would be much easier for Lin Ling to sneak in. Remember, if you see anyone suspicious, report it immediately. After sizing up Lin Ling once more, the man in the lead also prepared to ride his horse and leave. You know how to notify us, don't you? The others also left with the man, but someone smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Without another word, he continued onward. Wait! However, the person who spoke earlier suddenly shouted, "I asked you if you knew how to inform us. Why are you so rude to me? Did the spirit nation not tell you how to bow to your superior?" Lin Ling was speechless for a while. He knew that he had met a tyrant. "I understand, my lord. It was my fault." Lin Ling hurriedly put on an act and bowed, causing that expert to snort coldly. Finally, he didn't care about it anymore. Wait! However, just as Lin Ling was about to leave, another voice sounded. At this moment, Lin Ling couldn't help but curse inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to alert the enemy, he would have already killed this group of people. Do you know how to inform us? This time, the one who spoke was actually the man in the lead. The man seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Tell me the method and use it. He shouted sternly and looked at Lin Ling viciously. As long as Lin Ling could use the method to inform them, then he would be able to confirm whether Lin Ling was one of them or not. Lin Ling's face was still calm, but his heart was even more depressed. How to inform them? What the hell does he know? You're really bold. The adults are asking you a question and you don't answer. However, I've long disliked you. When you meet us adults, you're always like a taciturn gourd. Now, you've become a taciturn gourd again. Are you a newcomer or are you an idiot? The man who had interrupted Lin Ling earlier, the man who interrupted him, he didn't realize that Lin Ling was too calm and that he was being disrespectful to them. Immediately, the man in Lin's is Lin Ling Lin? But this meant he is in his hand. The Bodhi-proof divine skill appeared and clashed with the man. Boom. The man's arm was broken, and his face changed. You're the most annoying one. Lin Ling was really unhappy with this man. If not for his nagging, Lin Ling would have already entered the city. Therefore, his right palm glowed with Bodhi red light and landed heavily on the man's head. Bang. The man's head exploded, and he fell to the ground. He couldn't be more dead. The entire process of Lin Ling killing him took only a breath's time. Only then did the others react. You're not from the Spirit Nation. They all shouted. However, Lin Ling didn't have time to waste on them. His transcendence realm erupted, and the dark sword appeared in his right hand. He looked at the nearest person and slashed. Another person was killed. In Lin Ling's left hand, a golden tornado was brewing. You've hidden yourself well. If not for my fiery eyes of truth, I would have been fooled by you. The man in the lead also shouted angrily. Moreover, he was furious because he had actually encountered a spy. Where did your fiery eyes of truth come from? If not for that idiot blocking me, I would have already entered the Spirit Light City. Lin Ling only had disdain for the man's words. Then, the flames in his left hand fell to the ground. Great earth blaze. Boom. Golden flames ignited in the ice field, causing the 10,000-year mysterious ice to continue melting. The dozen people in the golden flames couldn't resist, and they groaned in pain as they were burned. With Lin Ling's current strength, there weren't many people in the martial god realm who could stop him. What powerful strength! You have the innate godly embryo. I didn't expect the Spirit Nation to attract a few innate godly embryos today. Who are you people? The man in the lead rode a large horse and charged towards Lin Ling. In his hand, a large white saber appeared and he slashed down from the sky. The power of the innate godly embryo exploded. He also had the innate godly embryo. It was no wonder that he could become the leader of a small team. At the same time, the horse neighed. When the leader leaped, the mystical horse was trampled to death because of his great strength. Clang. However, Lin Ling didn't even look up. He crossed his swords and blocked the attack. The white broadsword slashed down and was blocked by the two swords. Crack, crack, crack. With Lin Ling as the center, terrifying cracks immediately spread out. The entire ice field looked like it was about to collapse. What powerful strength! However, you're not the only one with the innate godly embryo. Lin Ling still maintained his crossed swords. After a cold shout, the light of Bodhi appeared on the two swords and repelled the attack. The man immediately flew backward and landed on the ground. He looked at Lin Ling seriously. He had never imagined that this youth would be so formidable. One had to know that he possessed the divine embryo body. Even in the 9 states, he was an existence that could sweep through the winds and clouds. Yet, this youth that he had randomly encountered had blocked his divine embryo slash. Rank 8 martial god realm, innate godly embryo, and it seems to be related to light. Lin Ling held his sword and looked at the man calmly as he spoke. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? What's your purpose here? The man said coldly. He looked around and saw that the golden flames were still burning his people. It seemed that he could only rely on himself. You have the 7 strands of divine strength. Lin Ling didn't answer his question. Instead, he spoke again. That's right. You seem to be in the initial stage of the martial god realm. My cultivation level is higher than yours, and my divine strength is comparable to yours. However, my cultivation level is obviously higher. According to my strength, I'm ranked in the top 100 on the stairway to heaven. Are you afraid now? The man sneered. Afraid? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and said, With your strength, I'm not afraid of you. What a joke. Do you think you're ranked first on the stairway to heaven? The man sneered. The saber in his hand buzzed and released divine power. He pointed the tip of his saber at Lin Ling and a fierce divine strength immediately gushed out. However, before he could do anything, Lin Ling had already attacked. Chapter 4103. Assimilation. His feet stomped on the ground, causing the icy soil deep underground to crack. His two swords crossed, and the divine power of the true inheritance nether sword and the Bodhi testimony divine art surged out. Clang. Lin Ling's speed was too fast, causing the man to only be able to temporarily block, but after the collision, the man immediately felt that Lin Ling's sword was incomparably ferocious. He only has 3 strands of divine force. Why is he so powerful? Isn't he an early martial god? Suspicion also rose in the man's heart. But at this moment, Lin Ling's sword pressed down, bending his saber. This was because at this moment, Lin Ling had already infused the 3 strands of divinity from the lightning lock physique into his swords. The man's saber was suppressed like a bow, and it also made a sound like it was about to collapse. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? The man couldn't remain calm any longer because he hadn't expected that the young man would become stronger as the battle progressed. You can't do whatever you want in the territory of the spirit nation. Then, the man shouted angrily and activated all of his divine power, 3rd layer spirit degree. White light surged from his saber, and 3 saber shadows appeared. Furthermore, each saber shadow contained the fatal power of a god. I'm sorry to tell you that although you have a divine embryo body, you can't compare to me in terms of the nobility of a divine embryo. What you have is just a gift from someone else. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. His innate talents fused together and went all out, suppressing all the power that the man had just unleashed. Clang. At the same time, the man's saber broke. The 2 swords carried a brilliant light as they passed through the broken saber and slashed open his body, causing a crisscrossing sword mark to appear on the man's body. It was a shocking sight. Moreover, the hard icy rain soil on the icy plains had been reduced to fine powder by the ripples created by Lin Ling's 2 swords. It was just that the people on the icy plains were unable to sense this kind of power. Who are you? The man looked at the sword wounds on his body and knew that he was definitely going to die. However, he still gritted his teeth and asked, Trial taker. Lin Ling said softly and turned to leave. Swoosh. After Lin Ling finished speaking, the man was also divided into 4 pieces. The people in the surroundings were still resisting the flames. Most of them had already been assimilated by the flames of the human monarch, but they didn't commit suicide. The reason for this was that if they were resurrected after committing suicide, their strength would be greatly reduced. On the contrary, if they were resurrected after being killed by others, their strength would increase. Coupled with the fact that their leader was extremely confident, they saw the light of victory. That was why they didn't choose to commit suicide. Instead, they waited for their leader to win. Of course, this kind of confidence was just an illusion. When they were about to collapse, not only did their leader not win, he was killed in a few moves. Hurry up and commit suicide. After regaining their senses, they began to prepare to commit suicide. But it was clearly too late, because the human king's flame had already completely assimilated them. I can't commit suicide. Why isn't my hand slitting my throat? Instead, you're slapping my face. After being assimilated by the human king's flame, not only their bodies, but even their jie-chi was controlled by Lin Ling. This caused them to stand there like roosters in the rain, looking at each other. They couldn't commit suicide or resist. In the end, they could only stare bitterly at Lin Ling who was walking over. Their eyes continued to struggle, And in the end, it turned into worship. Sir, they all knelt down at the same time. Lin Ling looked at them in astonishment. In his opinion, the people of Spirit Nation were very difficult to assimilate because at the crucial moment, they would commit suicide. Then, a force would be born in their bodies to prevent the assimilation. But now, this group of people was easily assimilated? Were they idiots? What happened? Stand up and speak. Lin Ling was a little cautious, so he pointed at one person and asked. That person could only speak out his previous thoughts. After he finished speaking, that person's face was also filled with bitterness. Lin Ling was instantly speechless. They were indeed idiots. Release your powers and let me check it out. Following that, Lin Ling ordered. Boom, boom. Everyone activated their Jie Qi and allowed Lin Ling to investigate. Lin Ling discovered that their talents were incomparable to the man from before. They were acquired divine fetuses. However, such divine fetuses were only slightly stronger than the ultimate desolate body. There was no possibility of them awakening divine might. This meant that they were only fake gods. Divine fetuses were also half fake. However, with the means to nurture gods, this Spirit Nation was much more powerful than imagined. Tell me the rules of your Spirit Nation. Following that, Lin Ling spoke again. He had originally planned to try his luck and sneak into Spirit Nation. Who knew that he would encounter this group of people? Therefore, he could easily control them and would not miss such an opportunity. Hearing this, those people scrambled to speak. They were afraid that if they were a step slower, they would not be valued by the human king. As he listened quietly, Lin Ling was also familiar with Spirit Nation's rules. However, these people were not clear about the person behind the scenes in Spirit Nation. They only knew that a god would be resurrected here. That was all there was to it. Do you know Nine Lantern Fish, Luchin? Lin Ling asked again. Yes, he is imprisoned in the city with the leader of the Serpent Clan. Everyone from the Genesis Alliance is also there. However, the leader of the Serpent Clan is already dead. That's right. He rejected the Spirit Nation's invitation and was executed. Hearing these people's words, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He thought of the man who had transformed into a giant serpent in the ancient dragon wasteland. Although Lin Ling did not have a close relationship with him, he and Lin Ling were once allies. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Ling looked coldly at the Spirit Nation in the distance. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. This was because he knew that he was weak and could not fight against Spirit Nation. In Spirit Nation, only gods could suppress them. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to save the Genesis Alliance and the remaining Serpent Clan. Take me in. I want to save them. Next, Lin Ling revealed his purpose. However, it also shocked the group of people. This was because they knew that this was an extremely difficult task. However, they had been assimilated by the human king's flame. Therefore, they were not worried about themselves. Instead, they were worried about Lin Ling. My lord, why don't we go and save them? You stay outside the city. Yes, this trip will definitely succeed. They said as if they were asking for credit. Their words also made Lin Ling sigh inwardly. The human king's flame was indeed terrifying. After being assimilated, they were originally enemies, but now they were loyal and devoted. This matter is of great importance. I will go personally. However, Lin Ling was obviously not at ease with them. He was not afraid that they would betray him, but he thought that they did not have the ability to save people. Chapter 4104. He went that way. The magnificent Spirit Light City was like a city of ice crystals. Spirit light soared into the sky from the city. As they approached the Spirit Light City, even more white-clothed people appeared in the surroundings. They seemed to be patrolling something. Who was it that barged in before me? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. My lord, there were 3 people who barged in. Their whereabouts are unknown and their identities are unclear. However, we can confirm that they are still alive. Now, the Spirit Nation is waiting for Lord Baiyu's return to make a decision. Someone behind him immediately replied. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a smile when he heard this. He guessed that the 3 of them were probably participants of the trial, and one of them was the person that had framed him, Lin Ling. After all, without Lin Ling as bait, the three of them would probably be utterly unable to enter the city. Therefore, Lin Ling was very curious about the person who framed him, who was so bold. If Lin Ling had the chance to meet him, he would definitely not let him go. Along the way, a huge ice door appeared in front of him. There were white-clothed people quickly going in and out of the ice door. Lin Ling also ignored them and entered the ice door. However, just as he reached the ice door, a blinding light shot from all directions, instantly freezing Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not resist. Looking at the people behind Lin Ling, they were also frozen into ice sculptures. However, their eyes flashed and they spat out a few incantations. When the incantations formed by world essence shone out, the ice that froze them instantly shattered. Next, Lin Ling and the rest entered the Spirit Light City. It was obvious that the white mist ice was used to test if they were from the Spirit Kingdom. Since they were not from the Spirit Nation, they did not know the Spirit Nation's mantra. In the end, they could only be frozen in the ice-sealed door. Next, they would attract the attention of the Spirit Nation. Although Lin Ling was not from the Spirit Kingdom, he was already very familiar with the rules of the Spirit Kingdom through the explanations of those people. After entering Spirit Light City, Lin Ling's greatest impression was that this place was very bright. Under the illumination of the light, the buildings formed from ice shined brightly. The light rays constantly reflected off the ice, making it extremely dazzling. Those who were weak could also be blinded by the light. Looking ahead, this Spirit Light City was not much different from an ordinary ancient city. There were restaurants and inns, and there were quite a few people. The only difference was that those people were not from the Spirit Nation. They were from the 9 states, 10 evils. Head to Senior Lu Chen's place immediately. Lin Ling instructed the people behind him. My lord, the place where Senior Lu Chen is at is very close to where the great god of Spirit Nation is descending. We must be careful. Someone cautiously said from behind. Then they led the way. Lin Ling nodded his head. His soul force quietly spread out in all directions. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he immediately moved forward. Along the way, they naturally met many people in white. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not say much. Boundary essence appeared in his mouth and he spat out incantations. Those strange incantations floated in the air, causing those who met them to immediately bow. This was because these were incantations that represented one's identity. In the eyes of those people in white, Lin Ling was a captain-level figure. Lin Ling coldly walked forward, full of majesty. All of you, get over here. Then he pointed at a few people in white and said, go and bring a few spiritual horses over. Damn it, how dare you order me around? Don't be rash, that's the captain of 100 men. Those people were very unhappy at first. However, after seeing Lin Ling's identity, they immediately went to pull the horses. After that, they said with a flattering face, my lord, what can I do for you? Just say the word, and I will go through water and tread on fire. They obviously knew that in the Spirit Nation, the higher one's status was, the more likely they would meet the great god of the Spirit Nation. The person in front of them had a high status. All of you, get the hell away from me, Lin Ling said domineeringly. Those people were so scared that they ran far away. What a joke, he was going to break out of prison. How could he let these people of the Spirit Nation help him? Then, Lin Ling led the people behind him and swaggered forward on their horses. The reason why he wanted a horse was that he would need it to save Senior Lu Chen later. Even if it was not useful, it would save some energy. My lord, we're almost there. As they moved forward, the people behind Lin Ling secretly transmitted their voices to him. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from behind, catch them. Then, the street behind them squirmed, and a large number of powerful people's auras burst out. My lord, this is bad. Seeing this, the people behind Lin Ling suddenly turned pale. Don't panic. However, Lin Ling was still calm. He sat on the spiritual horse and looked into the distance. On the main street, 2 figures sped past at the speed of 5,000 world boundaries. Those who were not strong would not be able to detect them at all. However, when they saw Lin Ling's group stop at the crossroads, The two mysterious men in white instantly changed their expressions. They were prepared for a big battle, but Lin Ling's group remained motionless, as if they were stone statues. The two people were obviously dumbfounded. "Sister Long, are these people blind?" One of them said in disbelief. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a woman's voice. "It's him." The other person was even more incredulous and stared at Lin Ling. Of course, when the sound behind them got closer and closer, they couldn't care less. They looked around and hid in an empty house on the side of the street. That house seemed to be used to store 10,000 years mysterious ice, so it was suitable for hiding. As soon as they disappeared, a large number of people in white chased after them. When they saw Lin Ling and his people, they were surprised. "My lord, did you see two people running past here?" One of them immediately bowed to Lin Ling. "Two people? I saw them. What's wrong?" Lin Ling said calmly. Why didn't my lord catch them? They are not from Spirit Nation. They are spies." Hearing Lin Ling's words, the group of experts suddenly narrowed their eyes. They had encountered spies, but this lord was so calm. Could it be that he was just watching a show? Bastard, how did the lord know that they were spies? Also, what right do you have for the lord to catch them? Who the fuck do you think you are? Someone behind Lin Ling immediately scolded. "It's our fault." The group lowered their heads. They had seen Lin Ling leading a small team and naturally knew that Lin Ling's status was not low. Someone then smiled and said, "Then where did those two people run off to?" Sigh, they were one of the 3 people who had infiltrated Spirit Light City. "We must catch them." As he said this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then quietly swept his gaze across the empty house not too far away. He could vaguely see one of the people making a shushing gesture at him. Most importantly, that person was very young and looked like a little girl. They went that way. Chapter 4105. "Goodbye, Long Yang." "Over there? Sir, are you sure?" "Yes." However, who knew that the group of people in front of Lin Ling were all startled, looking very suspicious. Someone even laughed bitterly. "Sir, that is where the spirit Marasi is. In other words, it is the latrine." "Yes. Of course I know, but they did run in that direction. I say you are too lazy. Don't tell me that because it stinks, you don't want to chase them? Are you really from the Spirit Nation?" "Yes." Lin Ling was also surprised. He had casually pointed and it was where the spirit Marasi was. Of course, he was surprised in his heart, but on the surface, he was still dignified and angry. "Sir is right." "Yes." Go and search. Search any piece of horse dung and find those 2 spies." "Yes." After being scolded by Lin Ling, the group of people did not dare to be negligent. After shouting, they immediately went to the horse dung area to find the spies. Watching the group of people walk further and further away, Lin Ling looked at the empty room in the distance and said lightly, "They have all left. Come out." "Yes." After a while, the 2 people finally walked out. However, one of them had a face full of disbelief and said in surprise, "Why are you helping us? Aren't you from the Spirit Nation?" "Yes." As she spoke, she also took off her disguise. Indeed, she was a little girl, about 15 or 16 years old. She looked quite cute. "He is not from the Spirit Nation. He is Lei Gong's trial taker, Lin Ling." "Yes." However, the other person recognized Lin Ling and also took off her disguise, revealing a beautiful face and a cold temperament. Lin Ling was stunned and said in surprise, "Long Yang?" "Yes." He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the 3 people who had infiltrated Spirit Light City were Long Yang and this little girl? Long Yang also stared coldly at Lin Ling. In the depths of her eyes, there was a trace of killing intent. Then she walked towards Lin Ling. She was tall and slender, with beautiful curves, a slender waist, and 2 straight jade-like legs. Beneath the white shirt and pants, her legs exuded a seductive charm. However, her temperament was extremely cold. "Lin Ling, he's actually Lin Ling." As for the little girl beside Long Yang, her face was full of shock. She had obviously heard of Lin Ling's name before. However, she did not expect that Lin Ling would appear here and transform into someone from the Spirit Nation. Most importantly, he could command people from other spirit nations. This was too amazing. One had to know that they were also part of the trial challengers who had infiltrated the spirit nation. However, they had been chased down for 9 streets while Lin Ling was still strutting forward. Long Yang, do you know him? Then, the little girl looked at Long Yang in surprise. She had also met Long Yang during a trial mission. At that time, Long Yang had saved her. Therefore, after a few times, her relationship with Long Yang was not shallow. Hearing this, Long Yang did not speak. She continued to stare coldly at Lin Ling. This caused the little girl to stare at Long Yang and then at Lin Ling. In an instant, she had guessed something. My mortal enemy. At this time, Long Yang finally spoke coldly. Her voice was filled with thick killing intent. That's right, the kind that won't rest until one of us is dead. Lin Ling rode on the spirit horse and replied indifferently. However, he also smiled. Thank you for your help last time. He was naturally referring to the incident at Heaven Pass City. At that time, Long Yang had helped Lin Ling to stop City Lord Xiao so that Lin Ling could escape. No need to thank me. I just don't want to owe anyone a favor. Now we're even. The next time we fight, it's either you die or I die. Long Yang snorted coldly. Next to her, the little girl secretly gasped. This was because Long Yang's personality was not that cold. On the contrary, she was very easy to talk to and had a good relationship with many people. However, when faced with Lin Ling, Long Yang's attitude had clearly changed. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ling nodded. He could sense that Long Yang's gaze towards him was filled with undisguised killing intent. He could not help but sigh. This was because he, Lin Ling, had many enemies in his life. However, most of them were eventually surpassed by Lin Ling and killed by Lin Ling. However, Long Yang was an exception. She was a terrifying genius. Not only was she not surpassed by Lin Ling by much, but she was also improving at a godly speed. Sometimes, Lin Ling almost could not help but want to attack and kill Long Yang right now. However, in the end he held himself back. It was not that he liked Long Yang, but he could not bear to see a genius like Long Yang fall in his hands. I didn't expect that you, the disciple of martial god Wen Tian last time, would become a trial taker now. I wonder which god you're following? Lin Ling then smiled. Eugene. Long Yang did not hide anything because she knew that Lin Ling would find out sooner or later. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he heard Long Yang's words. He instantly guessed that it was because of Luli Empress because he knew that the god behind Luli Empress was Eugene. As for Long Yang, she was once martial god Wen Tian's disciple and was related to Luli Empress. Perhaps Luli Empress was interested in something about her, so she was trying to pull strings for her. This woman is really terrifying. I've become the heavenly voice of the gods, and she's become a trial taker. I'm afraid it won't be long before she becomes the heavenly voice of the gods too. Lin Ling's heart became heavier. Of course, he also admired Long Yang. By the way, why are you so embarrassed to be hunted down? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Although he was not familiar with the little girl, he knew that Long Yang was a woman who would do anything to achieve her goals. She had once used her beauty to make a fool of some rich young masters. Therefore, Lin Ling was very confused. With Long Yang's intelligence, she should not have been seen through so easily. It's that guy, that bastard. At this time, the little girl cursed angrily. Then, she saw that Lin Ling was even more suspicious. She explained, he's a trial taker from the Titanic Crescent God. That guy is really bad. In order to sneak into the spirit palace, he betrayed us and used us as bait to attract the attention of the spirit nation. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he thought of the guy who had set him up. What's his name? Lin Ling immediately asked. We don't know either. However, the little girl shook her head and said, it seemed that they only knew that the other party was a trial taker and were not familiar with anything else. Lin Ling, you're considered our elder. Why don't you help us? At this time, Long Yang suddenly smiled at Lin Ling. It was completely different from the coldness from before. Instead, it was more charming. This also made Lin Ling's heart turn cold. He suddenly remembered that Long Yang usually used this kind of charm to attract those rich young masters. Now, Long Yang was doing this to Lin Ling, so there must be a purpose. How can I help you? Lin Ling suddenly smiled. Bring us into the spirit palace because we have a mission to complete. So, if you don't help us, who will? Chapter 4106. Long talk. Lin Ling sneered in his heart when he saw the two beauties trying to flatter him. He wouldn't fall for it. Ah, little girl, you should be from the Kurishin side. As far as I know, the Kurishin treat their own people very well, so I guess that the Kurishin will not drive you away. Lin Ling said calmly as he shook his head. His words caused the little girl's expression to freeze as she felt somewhat embarrassed. As for Long Yang, I don't know what your mission is, but I guess that your mission has something to do with being a scout. Now, you should have roughly figured out the origin of the spirit kingdom, so it has nothing to do with the spirit palace. The reason why you want to go in is that there is something there that attracts you. Long Yang gritted her teeth, and her eyes flashed with killing intent once again. Yo, you've returned to your original state so quickly. How disappointing. I thought you would flatter me to the end. Lin Ling smiled again. Senior Lin Ling, you are really smart. Yes, the spirit palace does have what we want, but we really can't get in. You seem to be able to deceive the people of the spirit nation, so if you lead the way, it will be much more convenient. Long Yang was indeed scheming. She had shown killing intent before, but in the blink of an eye, she smiled like a shy girl. Of course, if you don't take us in, we will be sad. At that time, no one can guarantee that your identity won't be exposed. Her last sentence was laced with a hint of menace. Then go ahead and expose yourself. I want to see who will believe you. However, Lin Ling didn't mind. He shrugged. Bastard. Long Yang cursed in her heart. She already knew that it was impossible to take advantage of Lin Ling. Lin Ling might seem reckless and impulsive at times, but most of the time, he was as cunning as a fox. Tell me, is this spirit nation related to the will of the world? If you're right, I might consider helping you. Seeing that Long Yang was so angry, Lin Ling said again. You're so despicable. We risked our lives to find out the information, and in the end, you snatched it away with just one sentence. Long Yang said angrily. Then you can refuse. I'm not begging you. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently, then said to the people behind him, let's go, let's continue forward. You have guts. Seeing this, Long Yang finally compromised. She gritted her teeth and said, according to our investigation, the deity behind this spirit nation is the host body of a world will. That's all we know. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Naturally, he knew what a host body was. The girl he met at the Kaiyuan River, Shaolun, was also a host body. The one he saw in the Dragon Valley was also a host body, but it had been sealed by the Dragon Tribe. Now, the god behind the scenes of Spirit Nation was also a host? You know about hosts? However, Long Yang and the others obviously did not know much about hosts. Seeing the change in Lin Ling's expression, they immediately asked curiously. It's also the first time I've heard of it. But how can you be sure that the deity behind the scenes of Spirit Nation is the host body of the world will? Lin Ling did not intend to talk about the host body, so he asked in return. In the Spirit Palace, there is a totem of the world will. That totem has the power of the world will. We have all seen the world will, so we have guessed. Moreover, there are many ancient portraits in the Spirit Palace. From the portraits, we can see that the host body seems to be used as a sacrifice to the world will. Long Yang explained. In that case, Spirit Nation is indeed related to the world will. Then, my mission as a scout is completed. Lin Ling nodded, then looked at Long Yang and said, you have already entered the Spirit Palace once. Why do you want to enter again? After being asked by Lin Ling, Long Yang and the little girl were suddenly put in a difficult position. However, after looking at each other, they finally came to a decision. It's because of the Jialan spiritual flower. Long Yang said, what's that? Let's put it this way. It's a spiritual flower that can enhance the talent of the divine fetus. After hearing Long Yang's explanation, Lin Ling was shocked. This was because he knew very well how powerful the divine fetus was. With the help of the Jialan spiritual flower, the acquired divine fetus can advance to the inborn stage. Not long ago, when Little South and I were searching the spirit palace, we saw a large number of Jialan spiritual flowers in one of the palaces. At that time, we were very surprised. However, later on, the trial taker betrayed us, causing us to have to run away. Moreover, it suddenly occurred to me that the people of Spirit Nation all have the divine fetus body. Perhaps this has something to do with the Jialan spiritual flower. Yes, Senior Linling, it is said that the Jialan spiritual flower only appeared on Jialan Island during the era of the gods. It was also extremely precious during the era of the gods. Long Yang and the little girl said one after another. Hearing this, Linling's eyes also became heated. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Although he seemed to be very powerful in the trial taker's world, his strength was only below average. Linling was no match for the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Take us in and then we'll divide the treasures equally. At this time, Long Yang said again. She seemed to know that Linling would agree. Okay, but after this, you have to help me save someone. Although Linling wanted to save Senior Lu Chen immediately, he now knew that Senior Lu Chen was not in serious danger at the moment. If he went to save Senior Lu Chen, it would inevitably cause a great disturbance in Spirit Nation. At that time, it would be difficult for him to get close to the Jialan spiritual flower. Therefore, the most important thing right now was the treasure. You're so cunning. Seeing Linling raising the price, Long Yang could not help but scold him. Thank you for the compliment. Now, do you agree or not? However, when Linling was thick-skinned, he was also afraid of himself. Therefore, he did not mind and said, "We agree." Long Yang had no choice but to nod. Linling believed in Long Yang's credibility. After all, this crazy woman was willing to go against City Governor Shao in order not to owe him a favor. This showed that Long Yang was also a person with principles. Then, let's set off immediately. Then, the little girl clapped her hands excitedly. Linling asked them to put on white clothes and stand beside him. Then he led everyone to the spirit palace. From now on, you are my subordinates. Riding on the spirit horse, Linling said casually to the 2 beauties beside him. The little girl named Little South giggled. She did not mind Linling's joking words. Instead, she said respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Looking at Long Yang, she was furious. This was because she had been competing with Linling. Now, she was going to be Linling's subordinate? This was a disgrace to her. By the way, Little South, do you know Shaoluan? While moving forward, Linling suddenly thought of the little girl he met at the Kaiyuan River. Yes, she has always been by Grandpa Hei's side. Little South laughed immediately. Is she okay? Did the Curishan bully her? How is her cultivation now? Chapter 4107. Domineering to open the way. I can't answer all of your questions at once. However, little sister Shaoluan is very good. The Curishan dotes on her a lot. I remember last year, when the Curishan brought her to meet other gods, a trial taker said something out of turn. In the end, the Curishan beat up the trial taker right in front of that god. Little South immediately said, "That's great." Hearing that the Curishan spoiled Shaoluan so much, Linling was completely relieved. Hey, why are you blabbering on and on? If we're exposed and ruin our plans, we won't let you off. Long Yang said angrily. Hearing this, Linling smiled faintly and stopped talking. This made Long Yang feel much better. It didn't take long for the Spirit Palace to appear in front of them. The so-called Spirit Palace was actually a huge ice palace. It was made of 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. As they approached the ice palace, they could feel a bone-piercing chill. Even Linling had to resist the chill that penetrated his soul. There was also a large number of white-robed people at the entrance of the ice palace. Judging from their strength, they were not weak. They all had divine embryos. Hurry up. Currently, the experts of the spiritual light city have all left. However, it won't be long before they return. At this moment, Linling also exhorted. He knew that the 9 prefectures' 10 evils and the woman in white were still searching for him, Lin Ling, but this search would not last for long. Do you really think you're an adult? At present, whether or not we can enter the spirit palace is still unknown. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Long Yang snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling still did not say much. He led the crowd to the gate of the spirit palace, where a large number of people in white were patrolling, and a powerful aura emanated from them. Of course, when Lin Ling and the rest walked over, all the people in white also looked over indifferently. At this moment, Long Yang and the others were also quietly nervous. Because these people in white weren't weak. If there was only one of them, they wouldn't be afraid, but there were too many of them. The white-robed Spirit Kingdom experts didn't say anything. They only looked at Lin Ling as if they were searching for everyone. Something's not right. Yeah, those two look familiar. They seem to be spies. Soon, a few people whispered. Although their words were not heard by Long Yang and the others, looking at their cautious appearance, Long Yang and the others were even more nervous. The sounds of discussion gradually grew louder and louder. In the end, the group of experts from the Spirit Kingdom seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. You are not from the Spirit Nation. Finally, someone let out a stern shout. Next, everyone released powerful boundary essence and surrounded Lin Ling and the others. Oh no, they really recognized us. It's mainly because they've been chasing us for too long, so they're familiar with us. Long Yang and the others also knew that things were getting troublesome. Catch them. At this moment, the other side finally made their move. Little South, use all your strength to break out of the encirclement. I'll hold them back. Follow the previous method and regroup. Remember, don't hesitate. Once I make my move, break out immediately. Got it, Long Jia? Long Yang and the others quietly gathered their strength, ready to fight to the death. However, just as the first person was about to pounce over, a figure suddenly leaped past them and stood in front of that person to block her path. What are you doing? The man was naturally shocked. Slap. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a ruthless slap that broke his teeth. What am I doing? Playing a battle between the gods? Isn't it fun? The person who attacked was incomparably arrogant as he roared angrily. This shout had undoubtedly intimidated all of the white-robed men. As for the man in white who had his teeth broken, he was naturally unwilling to accept this as he glared fiercely at the newcomer. Slap. Another slap was thrown, landing on the man in white's face and breaking his nose. What about me? Have you grown so bold? The newcomer roared angrily again. You're a spy too. The man in white whose nose was broken said coldly. However, the newcomer did not say much. The corner of his mouth moved and he spat out some strange words, causing the eyes of all the people in white to tremble violently. Then all of them bowed. This was because they knew that it was the Spirit Nation's mantra. This meant that the newcomer's identity and strength were not to be underestimated. Are you done being crazy? Seeing everyone bow, the newcomer's voice boomed like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. If it was said that they had previously suspected that this lord was also a spy, then that suspicion had now disappeared without a trace. This was because the newcomer knew their Spirit Nation's mantra. More importantly, the newcomer was too domineering, directly scolding and beating them like dogs. However, the more this was the case, the more it proved the newcomer's authenticity. So they're spies. After everyone bowed, someone immediately raised his head and said, Who said they're spies? They're my people? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? You casually saw two people and called them spies. I'm a spy, your whole family. Another loud curse boomed out, and these people were scolded until their heads were bleeding. Get lost, I want to enter the spirit palace. Then, the domineering man roared angrily. Everyone was in a difficult position. Firstly, the spirit palace was a matter of great importance, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Secondly, the spy seemed to be right in front of them. Sir, I'm afraid this will be difficult because it will make it difficult for us to explain ourselves. Someone said nervously with a troubled look on his face. When he saw this, the domineering man didn't say anything and just walked over. Along with his footsteps, all the white-clothed figures lowered their heads and remained silent. Moreover, they felt extremely oppressed in their hearts. It was as if the heavy footsteps were stomping on their hearts. Finally, the man appeared in front of the person who spoke. Tremble. The person in white was trembling and did not dare to raise his head. Look at me. However, the man said calmly. In the end, the person in white did not dare to resist and slowly raised his head. Slap. A slap that was crisper than before rang out and sent the person flying, crashing into the wall of the Crystal Palace. Did I ask you to explain yourselves? What right do you have to explain yourselves? The domineering voice floated out at the right time. Long Yang and Little South were tongue-tied because they could see that the domineering man was Lin Ling. Previously, they had already planned to break through with all their might, but now it seemed that they had underestimated Lin Ling. Especially Long Yang, she was shocked and embarrassed. She was shocked that Lin Ling actually had such means. He was obviously more successful as a spy than they were. When they saw the strong people of the Spirit Nation, they could only run. But what about Lin Ling? He directly slapped the other party in the face and made them not dare to speak. As for the embarrassment, it was because she had reprimanded Lin Ling and told Lin Ling not to ruin things. Chapter 4108. A Mysterious Portrait. Get out of my way. At that moment, Lin Ling kicked the white-robed man in front of him away, then led everyone into the Spirit Palace. My lord, this is no small matter. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to enter the Spirit Palace, everyone was making their final struggle. Your statuses are not equal to mine. You are not qualified to speak to me. However, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. His words were full of disdain. In the end, the people in white could only watch as Lin Ling and the others entered the Spirit Palace. Senior Lin Ling, you're too amazing. After entering the Spirit Palace, Little South couldn't help but look at Lin Ling with admiration. SOSO. Lin Ling touched his nose and suddenly looked at Long Yang with a hint of mockery. Long Yang naturally sensed the mocking gaze. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and sulked in silence. However, Lin Ling didn't have time to care about them because he knew that he didn't have much time left. Go to that palace immediately, Lin Ling said to Long Yang and the others. Long Yang and the others also quickly nodded. Although Long Yang and Lin Ling were enemies, at least for now, they were partners. Then, according to their memories, they led Lin Ling and the others forward. The Spirit Palace was an important place, so there weren't many people in white there. The few people who were scattered around naturally couldn't stop Lin Ling. We're almost there. After passing through this hall, we just need to walk through 2 more corridors. After an unknown amount of time, Long Yang led Lin Ling to a hall. A large number of portraits were engraved on the walls of this hall. If one looked carefully, they were telling the story of the host body being sacrificed. On the wall in the center of the hall, a black square was engraved there. The square was about 5 meters in radius. The inside of the square was pitch black, and it was completely black. Just from the outside, one couldn't see anything. However, if one sensed it carefully, one would discover the power of the world's will. Lin Ling had already come into contact with many warriors who had been possessed by the world's will. Naturally, he was very familiar with that power. It seems that the Spirit Nation is really related to the world's will. Lin Ling nodded secretly. Next, he moved forward again. However, just as he was about to leave, he found a portrait in the corner. The portrait of a man whose face couldn't be seen clearly. He was standing on an altar with his hands open. Below the altar, countless people were kneeling. Moreover, in the portrait, when they were kneeling, wisps of gas floated towards the man. Looking at the side of the portrait, there was another portrait. However, the man in the portrait quietly condensed his facial features. Moreover, he was smiling. Senior Lin Ling, these 2 portraits are very evil. Let's leave immediately. Little South could not help but whisper when she saw Lin Ling staring at the 2 portraits. How is it evil? Lin Ling asked curiously. I can't explain it clearly. However, I keep feeling that the portrait is alive. It's staring at us and smiling. It knows our every move. Little South said with a frown. Her words stunned Lin Ling. Little South can become a trial taker. She has her own abilities. Sometimes her words are very accurate. At this moment, Long Yang stopped at the exit of the hall and said lightly. Lin Ling suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked at the two portraits again and then left without stopping. However, although he left the hall, Lin Ling still had the two portraits in his mind. It was as if he could not get rid of them. However, at this moment, a fierce voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. Wake up. This voice was like a giant hammer that fiercely smashed the two portraits into pieces. After that, the strange feeling did not appear again. Lin Ling secretly wiped off his cold sweat. Although he did not know why this happened, he now felt that the two portraits were a little evil. Thank you. Then, Lin Ling said to the giant ghost beside him. Previously, it was the giant ghost that woke him up. Those two portraits are not simple. There is a strange power in them. It's a bit like your steps of God. The giant ghost nodded and said, Steps of God. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. After nodding, he immediately chased after Long Yang and the rest. However, as he ran, he thought of the first portrait again. Of course, this time he thought of it voluntarily, so there was no strange feeling. In the first portrait, the mysterious man did not have a silhouette. Under the altar, countless people were kneeling, forming a force that condensed on the man's body. Next, in the second portrait, the man's facial features began to appear. Lin Ling immediately told the giant ghost this because he felt that the two portraits seemed to be telling him something. Could it be the power of faith? The giant ghost pondered for a moment and said immediately, It's very possible. Lin Ling nodded and did not think anymore. He chased after Long Yang and the rest. Unknowingly, the hall with the sapphire spiritual flower was getting closer and closer. However, just as they approached, they immediately saw that the door of the hall was tightly shut. There were many people in white outside the door. It seemed that this place with great treasures was heavily guarded. Get lost, I want to go in. However, one of the people in white seemed to want to enter the hall. Of course, the others naturally stopped him. I'm Huang Ling. The person in white's face was cold as he said majestically. Huang Ling? Hearing his words, the faces of the people in white outside the door changed, revealing a difficult look. I'm Huang Ling. The person in white did not say much. He still said the same sentence, but his mouth spat out the spirit kingdom's incantation. However, he was sneering in his heart because he knew that this sentence represented the key. Sacred Dragon K Phoenix. These were the ranks of the spirit kingdom. They were Sacred Spirit, Dragon Spirit, K Spirit, and Huang Ling. Although the Huang Ling was the lowest rank. But to the warriors of the spirit kingdom, this rank was higher than theirs. Understood, my lord? The people in white stared at the spirit kingdom's incantation and then kept thinking. Finally, they could only nod. Then, a few of them spat out the spirit kingdom's incantation on the huge ice door. Every time the incantation appeared, the thick ice door opened a little. As for the person in white, his face was still cold, but his heart was filled with joy. He could finally sneak in. In order to sneak in, he had thought of all kinds of methods. In the end, he ambushed an expert of the spirit kingdom and used a secret treasure to prevent the other party from committing suicide. He also took everything from the other party, including his identity. Now, as long as he could enter, the treasures in the hall would be his. It's him! Far away from the ice door, Lin Ling and Long Yang were quietly watching. Long Yang suddenly frowned, then gritted her teeth and said, You know him? Chapter 4109. Hanxia. He's the challenger who betrayed us. Long Yang nodded. Her words made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. Following that, his lips curled into a sneer. He had been looking for that challenger all this time. Who would have thought that he would bump into the muzzle of his gun? If he didn't mess with him, Lin Ling's years of martial arts training would have been in vain. Long Yang saw Lin Ling's eyes flash. Although that cold light was hidden very well, she still caught it in the end. Subconsciously, Long Yang's heart trembled as a feeling of dread rose within her. Because she was too familiar with Lin Ling. Once this cold light appeared in Lin Ling's eyes, then someone would definitely be unlucky. And as his opponent, she had suffered plenty of such hardships in the past. You also have enmity with him? Long Yang suddenly asked. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He told her about the previous matter, which made Long Yang finally understand. However, she also secretly admired that challenger. This admiration was not because of his methods, but because of his courage. He actually dared to frame Lin Ling for no reason. At this moment, the white-robed man had his hands behind his back as he slowly watched the ice door open. The smile on his lips deepened by a bit. This large hall contained countless treasures. Naturally, he knew about it. He even guessed that this was the place where the spiritual light city stored their treasures. Not only did it contain the indigo spiritual flower, it also contained other rare treasures. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to get close to this kind of treasure trove. However, in the current spiritual light city, the experts had already left. This gave him this opportunity. Lin Ling? He's just an idiot. He secretly sneered. Towards Lin Ling, he naturally did not recognize him. However, he had heard of his name. It was said that he was a fierce person under Lei Gong. However, in his opinion, he was just a person with an undeserved reputation. Perhaps this Lin Ling was powerful to the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, but to the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, he was still too tender. I'm sorry. In order to enter this place, I have to sacrifice you. Of course, this is also a lesson that I, Han Xie, have taught you. The white-robed man said sarcastically. With this thought in mind, the huge ice door in front of him opened wide enough for one person to enter. This made Han Xie secretly excited. However, just as he was about to enter, a chuckle suddenly sounded behind him. My friend, as the saying goes, it's hard to swallow everything alone. Could it be that you want to swallow all the treasures inside? The voice was very clear and crisp. It was obviously a woman's voice. Han Xie subconsciously turned his head to look. Then he was stunned. He almost rubbed his eyes. This was because he recognized the 2 people who were walking over. They were the trial takers Long Yang and the others. Not long ago, it was precisely because he had betrayed Long Yang and the others that they were able to avoid capture time and time again. You're really lucky. You're actually still alive. Then, Han Xie couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Long Yang and the others with contempt. What he was talking about was naturally the matter of Long Yang and the others being hunted down not long ago. At the mention of this, Long Yang and the others immediately frowned. Their eyes were filled with anger. However, Han Xie didn't care at all. It was as if he was the wise man of the world. Everyone was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. You want the treasures inside? Then he said calmly. That's right. We're all from the same place. Could it be that you want to swallow it all for yourself? Long Yang suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly. Haha. Han Xie instantly burst into laughter. He played with his fingernails and said, I'm sorry. I don't like to share things with others and I don't have the habit of doing so. So, you have no right to touch those treasures. Of course, I know that you're definitely thinking of doing something. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. After speaking, he looked at the people in white beside him and said, These 2 are spies. Capture them immediately. After speaking, he was extremely excited. A mere Long Yang wanted to fight with him. She was simply courting death. The people in white had been listening to Long Yang and the others' conversation. Of course, they didn't really understand it. However, they understood Han Xie's last sentence. Spies? At this moment, all the people in white stared coldly at Long Yang and the others. Long Yang, you really don't have the right to fight with me. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you run away immediately, you still have a chance to escape. On the other hand, Han Xie took a step back as if he had retreated behind the scenes. However, he laughed as he walked and was extremely pleased with himself. Spies! As for the people in white, they were ready to attack. What's going on? However, at this moment, a large number of people in white arrived. The leader was a handsome young man. Of course, he was Lin Ling. Sir, they're spies. Seeing Lin Ling walking over with many people in white, the people in white guarding the door immediately guessed that Lin Ling was not simple. Therefore, they pointed at Long Yang and the others and said, As for Han Xie, he was also staring at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he had never seen Lin Ling before. Instead, he thought that Lin Ling was from the Spirit Nation and someone of high status. He was secretly shocked. He was afraid that Lin Ling would discover that he was a fake. However, on second thought, he knew Huang Ling's Spirit Nation mantra. Therefore, Lin Ling should not be able to discover him. How can you be sure that they're spies? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke coldly. Lord Huang Ling said so. The people in white immediately looked at Han Xie. This caused Han Xie to curse silently. He braced himself and bowed to Lin Ling and said, I've seen them before. Therefore I know. Who are you? Lin Ling looked at Han Xie and asked. I am. But right, who are you? What right do you have to ask me? Han Xie was a little nervous at first. However, he quickly plucked up his courage and said, I'm not qualified? Hee, you must have a pair of dog eyes. Lin Ling laughed and scolded him directly. Han Xie was furious. As the heavenly voice of God, he had never been scolded like this before. Of course, although he was angry, he did not dare to flare up. Lin Ling did not say much. He activated his Jie Qi and spat out the Spirit Nation mantra. When these words came out, the faces of the people in white in front of the ice door changed completely. This was because they knew that this was the K spirit of the Holy Dragon Phoenix K. In the Spirit Nation, this was not a weak position. It was even higher than Huang Ling. Therefore, the people in white all bowed. However, Han Xie was stunned. This was because he did not understand the Spirit Nation mantra. Currently, he only knew one type of Spirit Nation mantra. Are you stupid? You don't understand? Why are you still in a daze? Why aren't you bowing? Are you looking down on me? While Han Xie was in a daze, Lin Ling's gaze was already fixed on him. He naturally sensed that this cultivator was very strong. He was not weaker than Sister Zhen. However, now that they were in Spirit Light City, no matter how strong this cultivator was, he did not dare to act recklessly. This was because he was afraid of exposing his identity. Chapter 41:10. I'm not a spy. Lin Ling walked over and grabbed him by the neck. Then he gave him a few hard slaps on the face. As a subordinate, you actually didn't pay your respects to me when you saw me. If you continue to act like a fool, you deserve a beating. Pa. A series of vicious slaps were thrown over, leaving Han Xie dumbfounded. Because someone actually dared to slap his face? One had to know that in the entire universe, apart from gods, no one would dare to slap his face. For the treasures inside, I have to endure. However, Han Xie was someone who would do great things in the end. He endured the humiliation and said respectfully, My lord, you've hit me well. I didn't react in time and was rude. You've hit me well. Previously, he was still thinking of using his status to suppress the other party, but he immediately guessed that the person in front of him was probably of a higher status than him, so he could only give up on this idea of using his status. However, he also had an intuition that the cultivation of the person in front of him was not high. Damn it. With such a low cultivation level, he was already the lord above him. He really didn't know how the Spirit Nation determined one's status. It was such a mess. If he knew that the person in front of him was also a fake, he would probably go crazy from anger. Are you an idiot? I'm slapping your face, and you're saying it's a good slap? Lin Ling said mockingly as he stopped after a while. It is my fortune to be slapped in the face by your excellency. As a trial taker, Han Xie naturally knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Of course, this was just suppressing his anger. If that's the case, I'll play a little more. Lin Ling nodded with a satisfied look on his face. Han Xie opened his mouth wide. He had been trying to flatter him, but who knew that not only did the other party accept his flattery, he even wanted to slap his face. Endure. Bear with it. After this storm, he, Han Xie, would be able to do whatever he wanted. Moreover, he wanted to take away all the treasures in the main hall, not leaving a single one behind. He leaned over and said with a smile, Sir, please hit me. As long as Sir is happy, Sir will do anything. How despicable. Lin Ling sneered. The other party had already sent his face over. If he didn't hit him, then he would be letting this cultivator down. Therefore, not only did he want to hit him, he even hit him harder and harder. Pa pa pa. Han Xie spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. His teeth were broken, and his face was bruised and swollen. He was slapped in the face by Lin Ling, so he naturally didn't dare to defend himself. In the end, he was beaten until he saw stars. Moreover, what made him depressed was that this lord whom he had never met before seemed to be very unhappy with him. With a swing of his hand, he gave him a few hundred slaps. What bad luck. Of course, when he was slapped in the face, he naturally saw Long Yang and the rest sneering at him. This made him laugh coldly in his heart. For now, he was enduring, but in a while, the unlucky ones would definitely be Long Yang and the others. My lord, go ahead and hit him. Vent your anger. If you hit the right side of his face, don't forget to hit the left side. As he said that, he moved his face forward again. This time, Lin Ling was stunned. Was this guy a masochist? At that moment, Lin Ling didn't hold back anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand again. The crisp sound of a slap drifted out, making Lin Ling feel extremely carefree. This cultivator had framed him, Lin Ling. Now, he, Lin Ling, could be considered to have collected some interest. Unfortunately, this cultivator still didn't know that the person who hit him was Lin Ling. And this kind of violent beating continued until Lin Ling's hands went limp. He had slapped many people in his life, but this was the first time he had slapped someone so carefree. Looking at Han Xie again, he was so angry that his heart was about to explode. However, seeing that Lin Ling had stopped, he finally felt relieved. Next, he lifted his pig-headed face and looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "My lord, I know 2 spies. It's them." He believed that he had already let this lord vent his anger. This lord shouldn't target him anymore. He might even treat him as a confidant. After all, a loyal dog like him was extremely rare. Which superior didn't like this kind of subordinate who could vent his anger? They are spies? I don't think so. Lin Ling also turned to look at Long Yang and the rest, but shook his head. Ah. Han Xie was stunned because he was sure that this lord definitely didn't know Long Yang and the rest. So how could this lord be sure that Long Yang and the rest weren't spies? Moreover, he had been beaten into a pig's head by this lord. This lord should give him some face. I think you are more like a spy. While he was in disbelief, Lin Ling's next sentence made Han Xie even more stunned. He was a spy? He immediately explained and said the Spirit Kingdom's mantra. Look, I know the Spirit Kingdom's mantra. I'm not a spy. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. This was because he had already slapped this lord so many times. Logically speaking, this lord shouldn't have any prejudice against him and shouldn't target him. But now, it seemed that this lord had already slapped him and even slandered him as a spy. No matter how I look at them, they don't look like spies. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. As for you, although you know the Spirit Kingdom's mantra, I think you are more like a spy. Why? Han Xie gritted his teeth and continued to suppress his anger. He thought to himself. It seemed that he had been slapped for nothing. Because they are good-looking. As people of the Spirit Kingdom, good-looking people are definitely not spies. As for you, you are ugly with a swollen face and small eyes. You look more like a spy. Lin Ling nodded seriously. What the fuck? Han Xie almost fainted from anger. Just because Long Yang and the rest were good-looking? Furthermore, he was also good-looking. It was just that he had been slapped by this lord until his face was swollen. Men, capture him. Without waiting for Han Xie to speak, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Lord, I've been wronged. Han Xie almost knelt down as his heart went crazy. This was because he had almost entered the treasure trove but was suddenly mistaken as a spy. And the reason was because he was ugly. How could he accept such a reason? Of course, with his proud and arrogant character, he almost wanted to attack these people. But he knew that once he did, he would be chased by the people of the Spirit Kingdom through 9 streets. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he didn't have the confidence to go against so many powerful cultivators. Especially when he knew that the powerful cultivators of the Spirit Light City were still outside. If they were to return, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him. Therefore, he was making a final struggle, hoping that Lin Ling would give him a way out and not accuse him wrongly. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling had purposely targeted him. Accuse my ass. You've been accused wrongly. That Cao knows how to climb trees. To be honest, I've thought that you were a spy from the start. Men, capture him. Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, the men in white behind him charged forward. Chapter 41:11. Being ugly was also a sin. Han Xie gritted his teeth. Then, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood 5 meters away. I've prepared so much, but it was all for naught. It's all because of you. He glared at Lin Ling angrily. Finally, he could no longer hide his identity. He never expected that when the treasure was right in front of him, he would be mistaken for a spy because of his ugliness. It seemed that being ugly was also a sin. Anyway, you're a spy. Everyone, capture him. Lin Ling ignored Han Xie's anger and spoke slowly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the people in white pounced on Han Xie. Han Xie also knew that he had been completely exposed, so he erupted with all his strength. Moreover, he glared at Lin Ling angrily. However, he did not dare to attack Lin Ling because he guessed that with Lin Ling's high status, Lin Ling's background would definitely not be small. Therefore, he vented his anger on Long Yang and the rest. Protect them. However, just as he looked over, Lin Ling said indifferently. Fuck. Han Xie was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. They were all spies, but Long Yang and the rest were protected while he was hunted down. It was too unfair. Long Yang and the rest laughed at his misfortune. Little South stuck her tongue out at Han Xie with a cheeky look. They're trial challengers. Han Xie could not get close to Long Yang and the rest, so he could only retreat as he fought. However, Lin Ling sneered and ignored his words. He almost wanted to tell Han Xie that he was a trial challenger too. He believed that if he said that, he would definitely anger the other party to death. Boom boom boom. Han Xie was fighting against too many Spirit Nation experts at once, so he had no choice but to use his trump card. His divine embryo was also revealed. At this moment, thunderbolts shot out from his body, causing a pair of black wings to appear on his back. His face also quietly changed. Sharp teeth flew out from his mouth, making him look extremely ferocious and ugly. Moreover, a pair of weapons appeared in his hands. It was a lightning hammer and a lightning nail. The lightning hammer struck the lightning nail, and lightning bolts blasted out, instantly killing many of the Spirit Kingdom's experts. Of course, this was the land of treasures. There were many Spirit Nation experts, and many of them had heard the news. Then, they swarmed toward Han Xie, and Han Xie was unable to gain any advantage. Lin Ling, look. At this time, the giant ghost hidden in Lin Ling's clothes whispered. Following the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly trembled. This was because he saw a fist-sized giant ghost beside Han Xie. This giant ghost was green and looked exactly the same as Lin Ling's giant ghost. It's also an evil ghost? Lin Ling said in shock. That's right, but it's different from mine. Its aura is very evil. The giant ghost nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Could it be that Han Xie obtained it from the 8 gods' heavenly palace? After the giant ghost beside Han Xie appeared, it seemed to whisper a few words to Han Xie, causing Han Xie to look at Lin Ling. They had obviously noticed the giant ghost beside Lin Ling. Unfortunately, there were too many Spirit Nation experts around, and they were all chasing after Han Xie. Han Xie did not have the time to investigate. What a powerful spy. Everyone, you must kill him. If you're killed by him, the Spirit Nation will resurrect you. At that time, your strength will greatly increase. On the contrary, Lin Ling said this timely because he realized that Han Xie's strength was terrifying. This made him very clear that if the other party wanted to go all out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill everyone here. However, he was afraid of the Spirit Nation and did not dare to do so. Therefore, Han Xie was retreating as he fled. The Lord has ordered us to kill the spy with all our might. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Spirit Nation experts roared. Compared to Han Xie, they were much braver because they could be resurrected. In the huge ice palace corridor, the fierce battle continued to erupt. causing Han Xie to retreat further and further. He was almost angered to death. Although he did not know who the Spirit Nation's lord was, he could sense the giant ghost. This made him speculate. Could it be that the other party was also from the 9 states? If that was the case, then he was wrongly accused. Not only was he exposed, but he was also beaten up for nothing. However, as more and more Spirit Nation experts arrived, he did not dare to stay any longer and could only leave this place as soon as possible. Of course, when he left the corridor, he clearly saw Lin Ling leading Longyang and the rest into the ice door. This made him think, could it be that they were the real treasure hunters? This result almost made him dumbfounded. I'll go check on the treasure. In front of the ice door, Lin Ling didn't care about Han Xie. Instead, he looked at the remaining people in white. Yes, Lord. These people trusted Lin Ling even more because Kei Ling was too powerful. She actually found a spy. After we go in, seal the ice door. No one is allowed to enter unless we come out. Lin Ling said sternly and led Longyang and the rest into the door. Yes, Lord. The people in white said solemnly. Then, after Lin Ling and the rest disappeared, they immediately chanted the Spirit Nation's mantra and sealed the door. Thank goodness you're here. We almost let a spy in. That despicable spy must be here for the treasure in the main hall. If he went in, we would have failed to protect the treasure. It would be a great crime. That was close, that was close. Then they began to whisper. They did not know that they had just chased away the wolves and let in a few fierce tigers. At this moment, Han Xie was running wildly in the Spirit Palace. Behind him, a large number of Spirit Nation experts were chasing after him. Han Xie's speed was very fast. With a leap, he disappeared before the Spirit Palace made of black ice could even shine. The hard, mysterious ice on the ground cracked apart wherever he passed. If one were to look carefully, one would find that there were lightning snakes slithering about. All of this showed that he was extremely powerful. Long Ling and the rest are back. Everyone do your best. Even if we can't catch him, we can't let him go missing. Behind him, the voices of the Spirit Nation experts could be heard. Han Xie was so angry that he almost exploded. This was because he knew what Long Ling was. Previously, he had used Lin Ling's appearance to lure Long Ling and the 9 states' 10 evils away. Now these experts were back. Now this was the only thing in his mind. Moreover, when he thought of Longyang and the rest, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. This was because he knew that with him as a live target, the Spirit Nation experts would naturally give up on Longyang and the rest and chase after him with all their might. Of course, he also tried to expose Longyang and the rest's identity. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Damn it, the Spirit Nation is a bunch of idiots.